Welcome, Mindy, up here.
As soon as you got up there, it started.
What up? How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel on a very windy day again. Start as we mean to go on. Welcome to the show. What up? You're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel, and we're live here back at the 48 Fighter Wing. You know it is. And we do have startups. They're going to sound extra loud today because the wind is blowing directly right down towards us. So all the sounds will be very loud, extremely. So enjoy the show. Welcome back, our last show of the week. Hope we're all good. Woo, yeah. Always good. I've had extra coffee today, so I'll be a little bit more upbeat, shall I, than what I normally am. Oi, oi. Point Charlie crew here. We've got a full crew today. There we go. We got the Point Charlie crew. We've got Keno, got Julie Beard, Jenny B, Daniel Walker, Simon Watchon, Kevy H, Paul Sadler. You right? Are you good? Sorry, do you want me to be quiet?
No, you're right.
You're right. Okay. All calls are recorded for your Simon Watchon. Oh, okay. Righty. Sorry, man. We got Ian Wright. Stu. Pete. What? How come you're not? Oh, we thought it was Stuart. Okay, Pete. Nice one, Pete. And then we got the two. Who are you two? Mal. Mal and Mark. Nice. Who else have we got here? Oh, Mark and Julie. Sorry. There's a van behind me, and they look like they're going to take me out at this rate. By the look. Nice one. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath, a USAFE base. We're in the official viewing area. You know it is. Welcome to the show, and we're hoping for some exciting action as usual from the Lakenheath crew. The 48 Fighter Wing, bringing you live military aviation here from the Ted Coningsby channel. And I'm going to try and hang on for dear life in this wind. Startups already, you know how it is.
Who brought the wind with them?
Someone brought the wind, isn't it? I know. It's extremely windy, and I hope you're all good. Thanks for joining us this morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. I hope we're all good and well, and we're just enjoying the beautiful sounds of the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 229s, which you can hear howling away. They belong to the F-15E Strike Eagle. I'll let you enjoy those moments there. Oh, and Clyde's here as well. Clyde, oi, oi. Righty, how you doing? Good, man. Righty 7-2. You know it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, more that way. Bless. Oh dear, welcome to the show. Right, so we're looking at the catwalk. Where's Ted? Ted's not been on yet. Ted, I've got plenty of beret recovery team cards as well. Ted, how you doing? It's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. How we doing, Ted? Easy, easy, easy. And you can tell Jenny B is here with a famous laugh in the background. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. How we doing? Welcome to the show. Stand by. Oh, it might be a while for that kettle to boil.
Are you coming back, Gil? Are you coming back this way? No, I guess I'll go for breakfast. That's the birthday weekend, so I want to take some for breakfast. Happy birthday, Bunny. So are you finished the weekend? I might do. I want to swag some of the weekend. Yeah, I might see you.
So welcome to the show. So we're just waiting for the F-15E Strike Eagles to taxi down. For those, yes, Clyde, hey, you going down to the field, mate? Yeah, all right, man, cool. F-15E Strike Eagle powered by two Pratt & Whitney F100 229s, producing 29,000 pounds of thrust each. Ah, yeah, flown by two fighter squadrons. The 492nd Fighter Squadron. Big shout out to them. Ah, yeah. How we doing, bowlers? The Mad Hatters. Bleed blue. You know it is. Oh, yeah. Oh. What happened there? That was a weird one. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Also flying the F-15E Strike Eagle is the 494th Fighter Squadron, the finest, meanest, baddest squadron. Oh yeah, bleed red, the Panthers. We've also got the F-35A operating here as well with the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. The squadron to have flown, which I believe the most aircraft in their career and their lineage. And we've also got the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, who made Lakenheath and the USAFE, the very first wing, or the 48 fighter wing, to operate the F-35A. That's right. You're right, man. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. So the F-35A, powered by the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100. A whopping turbofan producing 43,000 pounds of thrust on a 5th generation stealth fighter. Beautiful. It's got a very impressive radar cross section of just 5 centimeters square. That's impressive. That's about the size of a very small bird or a tennis ball, around that, which is impressive. Doing a bit more research actually on the Sterling and RCS. What a mixture. The short Sterling and the radar cross section. That is probably one of the most bizarre spectrums of research that I've been doing lately. But there we go. Hope you're all buzzing. So our last show of the week. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Your favourite channel, the UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel, bringing you live military aviation. How we're feeling, and I hope you all have a great weekend as well after today's show. Ba-da-da-da-da. And I can hear, yeah, there you go, the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 have just started up now. A huge turbofan, absolutely incredible turbofan. Every single detail, even from the engines to the design of the F-35, is absolutely impressive. Made in 3 different variants as well. With 43,000 pounds of thrust behind it. Here's our F-35B for good measure. Here's our demo. Let's see what we got here. Apart from the blue tack, which is optional. Hey. The F-35B, this one here, but the F-35A has a few different specs, of course. It's got a different engine. In fact, the engine is massive. It's the PW600 version of the F-135. The F-35A is a whopping 9G pulling machine. It's got a beautiful, beautiful engine. Even all these serrations that you can see here, these all help the radar cross section. This is tape, believe it or not. Stands out like a different color, but this is tape that they use. And the actual paintwork is radar absorbing material called RAM. And it's got the special iron inside the paintwork, and it actually absorbs the radar frequencies and the radio waves. It actually absorbs it and turns it into heat and takes it. That's how the RAM works on the F-35. Also, the nose itself is not round. Very common on stealth fighter aircraft. The radome and the nose never round, because radio waves can actually go round and give back the signal. That's how radio works. It's almost like shouting down a well or going down into to a canyon and waiting for your voice to come back, except if you replace your voice with radio waves or frequencies, you wait for them to come back. That's how you distinguish the distance, and that's how radar works. You see, over here you got the SSR, the secondary surveillance radar, and this talks to the aircraft via the transponder. The transponder sends its squawk code to the SSR and back again, okay? And it's that connection that then makes the aircraft ping on the tower over there, look, on their radar. So that's how it all works. It's amazing. But if you hide a lot of your radio waves, you're gonna be very difficult to find. Now, the B2 Spirit is amazing. That has a radar cross section of 1 centimeter. That's right, 1 centimeter squared. That's you know, who's going to look out for something like that on their radars? Absolutely amazing. Even all these serrated edges, every single part of the F-35 they thought about, because radio waves love to, you know, spread out on an aircraft to find out how big the aircraft is. So there's my radar pointing at the F-35, and it likes to spread out to receive back how big the aircraft is. The thing is, all these serrations actually start to confuse it and make the radar bounce everywhere, but also you've got the radar absorbing material. So what I'm saying is that not only are you absorbing the radar frequencies, these serrations, as it spreads out, don't forget radar needs to have that signal back. These serrations make the radar go everywhere, even down to the heat produced at the nozzle. It's even got these serrations. Every single detail has been thought about. Now empty, it's £29,000, okay, the F-35A. Now the thrust is £43,000. So if you were to put full fuel and payload, the thrust to weight ratio isn't going to be as good. You see, the lighter the aircraft, the better. So what I'm saying is that the Typhoon, on the other hand, Typhoon, where are you? Which has £40,000 of thrust, fully loaded, fully fueled. The thrust to weight ratio on a fully fueled, fully payloaded up aircraft is actually a 1-1, which means it can actually accelerate vertically on takeoff. Not many aircraft can do it. If the Typhoon didn't have much fuel and less payload, let's say it had £30,000 of fuel and payload, with £40,000 of thrust power, this is why it can go straight up. So the F-35, what it can do on fully loaded, fully fueled, is to actually rotate, okay, go down the runway, maintain an altitude of 60 to 120 feet, for example, reach speeds of around 380 miles per hour, and now it's got all that speed behind it, and it can shoot up. Now, if you stuck in half the amount of fuel, then it could probably do what the Typhoons do and do a performance takeoff in like 8 seconds, from brakes to 8 seconds. So the Typhoon from brakes release to 8 seconds, reach speeds depending on the pilot about 185 miles per hour, and then it can rotate into a 50 degree, 60 degree vertical climb, which it can accelerate. Don't forget, the Typhoon's only got to 180, 185 miles per hour, but it can go and accelerate because of the thrust to weight ratio. So basically, if we actually stuck a hairdryer on this with some wheels, it's going to move, right? Stick weights on the Typhoon and it will get slower and slower and slower and slower the heavier it is. Makes sense. So the lighter the aircraft, the better. So there's our F-35, fully loaded, fully fueled. It's reached speeds of 385 miles per hour and it can climb up. The G's pulled are 5 to 6 G experienced on that climb. Now, a lot of people ask me, how high do they climb? It's all to do with how much clearance they've got from tower. Tower will clear them to a flight level. Now, flight level, if you ever hear that, flight level 100, just add 2 zeros to it. So flight level 150 is 15,000 feet. Flight level 170 is 17,000 feet. If you hear flight level 70, that's 7,000 feet, it's probably not going to be a quick climb at all, is it? So pilots can request a quick climb, they can't just do it whenever they feel like it. One cannot simply request a quick climb. They have to get it cleared, okay? One can't simply just go out and do one. You know, do a quick climb. You need to have that cleared. The reason is because there's traffic up in the skies. You've got an unrestricted climb in aircraft. Unrestricted climbs are to do with the climb rate, okay, not the altitude, because you can get an unrestricted climb to a flight level of 15,000 feet, for example. Well, how is that unrestricted? It's to do with the climb rate itself. Right, let's see what we're gonna get. Come on. Any questions? Any questions? Oi, oi! Oi, oi! How you doing? Big shout out to Richard Brown, wherever he is, somewhere in the field. I would have thought, oi, oi! How you doing? You know how it is. Where's your clipboard? Where's your clipboard? I will. Have you got a clipboard? Oh my God, you both got them. I will. I'll definitely borrow that. Oh my goodness me. You need a clipboard. Oh, hang on. Well. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Woo. The clipboard's not very aerodynamic, is it now? Desmond Lynham and Gary Lineker on it. Goodness me, hilarious. I love the buzz here, it's absolutely brilliant. Now, the car park is full, however, there is an overflow sort of road that leads to the viewing area, so don't panic. There is plenty of parking outside the enclosure. Don't forget there's Dave's Burger Van as well. He's here normally quite late in the afternoon, 3:30, 4 o'clock, that kind of thing. Treat yourself to breakfast, brunch and lunch. And one of the beauty about Dave's Burger Van is that the food and the eggs, that kind of thing, is actually from local, they're local produce from local butchers and farmers, so you can taste the difference. Not that I'm selling it here, but anyway, there you go. We've also got bins provided as well. Huh? No, I'll take a photo in case it offends people. You're more than welcome to come down here and I'll do it. Go on, as long as you're alright with it. Okay, if you're just about there, are you both doing it or just you?
Come on, Desmond.
Ladies, gents and teddy bears, streaming has been taken to a new level. We've got, hang on. Here we go. Now then, there's the new commentators for Wimbledon 2025. There they are. Oh, he's got D for Desmond as well there now. Thank you very much, you two. That was good. That was good. That was beautiful. I love the headset. It's beautiful.
You can borrow it if you like.
It's beautiful. I love it.
I hope you've got to wear it later on.
I love it. It's beautiful.
They are actually lacy. They're gaming headphones, so I better not break it.
Biffa looks a bit like Waddington just then. Okay, so won't be long now for our aircraft to taxi down and blast out. Will we get quick climbs? Let's find out. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Let's get this stream going. Hit the like and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel.
Have you got a mug?
Huh?
Have you got a mug? For a cup of tea?
Yeah, how about this one for a mug?
You can always have the world's
No, it's fine. I just used the one on the flask because they keep falling out the van and breaking. So I've kept it.
I've heard stories about stuff falling out of vans and breaking.
Huh?
I've heard stories about stuff falling out of vans.
Oh, yeah, it happens. You know, the wind, you know, the hair. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath. Built in 1940, served as a decoy airfield first to deceive the enemy aircraft from attacking Mildenhall, and then operated as a training and a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall in 1941 with number 20 operational training unit, who left RAF Lossiemouth for here with their Vickers Wellington bombers. Here we go! There we go, F-15E Strike Eagles. You alright, buddy? Be careful, man.
Yeah.
Hope you're alright. You'll say it's quite windy.
They're going into. I'm quite fat.
You need to borrow some weight on there. Just...
Probably get down in there.
Here we go. And the F-15E Strike Eagle is a lot of people's favourite. Aye, aye! We've got a full-on crew here. We've got Dave Holloway. Oh my goodness, there's loads here.
Mr. Brandon.
Everyone's here. Here he is. Oi, oi. How you doing, Dave? What are you doing here? Woo! Get ready, get ready. So these F-15s operated by the 492nd Fighter Squadron. The bowlers, guns up. Big shout out to everyone in the bowler bar. Very proud of all of the squadrons here. And thank you to the bowlers for taking Ted up 2 years ago, February, on his first ever aerial combat mission. Oh yeah, Ted went supersonic in tail number 134. Get ready. These beauts. Oh yes. Now the 492nd Fighter Squadron started out as the 55th Bombardment Squadron Light, just like the other squadrons, when in 1941 the 48th Bombardment Group Light were formed. RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing didn't get wing status until 1952, but the 55th Bombardment Group Light, they were redesignated to the number we know today as the 492nd. Oh yeah. They've flown many aircraft, such as the Douglas A-20 Havoc bombers out of Hunterfield, Savannah. They even flew the A-35 dive bomber as well. Oh yes, the B-39 Era Cobra and the Curtiss P-40 Warhawks. And then of course, they made their way to RAF Ibsley in Hampshire for a very brief period. The 492nd, the 493rd and the 494th made their way as advancements in the Normandy campaign progressed, with bases such as Laon, Cambrai and Saint-Trond in Belgium operating the P-47 Thunderbolt. Oh yeah. 42nd, of course, took part in the Normandy invasion, which began on the 6th of June 1944. And along with their brother squadrons, the 493rd and the 494th, they dropped bombs on bridges, gun positions, they attacked railway lines and trains, they provided visual reconnaissance, close air support to help the army on the ground, because just like the 48th Fighter Group, they were part of the 9th Air Force. We've all heard of the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force. The 9th Air Force served a different role. They supported troops on the ground for close air support, reconnaissance and ground strike attacks. A bit like the A-10. You know how it is. With other airfields such as Dujamou in France as well. You alright, buddy? Good. Hey, alright, kiddo? Yeah. Good, man. Careful, mate. Here we go. Watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. Don't forget to hit the like button and of course subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're so close to 95k, very close. Here come more F-15E Strike Eagles as well. It's going to be a busy one today, very busy. Show you in this wind my little research that I've done just really quickly. These are all the different aircraft flown by the 492nd, if you wanted to take a screenshot of that. The 493rd really going for it, and the 495th, because they deactivated, they became inactive in 1944, didn't come back to 33 years later, and then they deactivated again in 1991, so they've got quite a lot of catching up to do as far as variety of aircraft. But there's our 493rd with all those. Couple of extra info: the aerial victories during World War II with, I can see what's that, 3, look at that, 8.5 and 8, amazing. A little bit of research for you. here comes trouble. Feeling well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're good. The legacy of the F-15 still going, over 50 years, of course. The first ever flight made on the in July 1972. It was the F-15A, followed by the first flight of the family version, the two-seater F-15B, formerly known as the F-15A, which was made in July 73. Now, the first Eagle, the F-15B, was delivered in November 1974, and in January 1976, the first Eagle destined for a combat squadron was delivered to the 555th, the Triple Nickel, the world's largest distributor of MiG spare parts. The single-seater F-15C and the two-seater F-15D models, they entered the Air Force inventory in the beginning of 1979. They had various upgrades, which they called the package PEP 2000, the production Eagle package PEP 2000 improvements. They had like extra additional fuel, 2,000 pounds of additional fuel. Also the ability to carry the hugging external conformal fuel tanks, an increased maximum takeoff weight to 68,000 pounds, that's 30,600 kilos. Now the Strike Eagle didn't arrive here until 1992, operated by the 492nd Rifle and the 494. Huh? Now the operational history, on the other hand, for the F-15E Strike Eagle, the F-15E, available in the family version, the two-seater, entered and delivered Air Force operation units in 1988. It reached its initial operational capability on the 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. Here comes trouble. They sound mega loud today because of the wind. It's coming right at us. Hello, hello. Oh yeah. Beautiful. So you may notice the afterburner been taken off and then put back on. It's just to allow the gear to retract, because if you overspeed it and don't give the gear a chance to retract going at those speeds, you can actually cause the gear to jam. Hope you enjoyed those takeoffs. A little bit challenging in this wind, it's bashing me about, but it'll be all right. I'll hang on in there. There are more F-35s taxiing across the runway. Oh, it's beautiful. La parfum de fumes. Oh dear. It is a nice smell. If only you could smell that. Maybe they could do smell-o-vision one day, but there we go. Smells good. Hope we're all good, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. Here we go. That's right. is it? Right, be right back. Yeah, there should be more. I've got 2 or 3 different ones. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. You are tuned into the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, live here at the 48 Fighter Wing, the only wing of the United States Air Force with a name. That's right, that's all because in 1952, when they were reactivated in 1952. Not only that, by the way, they were actually given wing status. So before that, they were actually a group. They were under the 70th Fighter Wing during World War II. But today, they've been a wing since 1952, and that's when they moved to Chaumont Air Base in France. Now, they spent quite a lot of time in World War II in France for the Normandy campaign, and when they came back to France in 1952, they were activated as wing status, but they found themselves not too far away from the workshop of Bartholdi. For those who don't know, Bartholdi actually designed and built the Statue of Liberty wing, which stands today in America. So a couple of years later, they commissioned a replica, a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty, which is still there today at Chaumont, if you're ever over there in the Chaumont-Saumortier region. In 1956, they did a naming, shall we say, like a festival, a naming ceremony with the mayor and Jean Maison and other very, very important people that were there for the ceremony. And that's why they have that name, the Statue of Liberty wing. It's all because in 1952, when they moved to France, in Chaumont, and it's all because they were near the very place, the birthplace of the Statue of Liberty, shall we say, where it was designed. They do have a replica here as well. I believe it's about a 3-meter replica here as well on the base, and that's why today they are part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original units of World War II. And the 3rd Air Force, their HQ is actually out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. So it's got quite a long history. So we could say a good 85 years of history. They're known and summarized in 3 Ds: develop, defend, deliver. That's their ethos. So the airmen and their families, oi oi! The greatest resource and deliberate actions to develop them as a group and individuals. They focus on confronting global challenges, support of the national defence strategy to defend, that's where the 2nd D comes from, for their country and allies, and through their dedicated efforts they deliver peace to their nation and its allies by fostering stability and deterring aggression through Europe and Africa. Because the 3rd Air Force also control and run the United States Air Force in Africa as well. The 3rd Air Force units are the 31st Fighter Wing, which is based at Aviano. That's along with the Triple Nickel and the 510 Fighter Squadron, the 406 Air Expeditionary Wing, the 48 Fighter Wing, which is here, the 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, the 39th Air Base Wing, the 100th Air Refuelling Wing, which are based at Mildenhall, the 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, which are currently in Mildenhall, and the Heavy Airlift Wing, which actually operate 3 C-17s at Papa Air Base in Hungary. We do have more departures coming up. I can hear the F-35s spooling with their higher pitch tone. Now the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100 is a 2-spool axial flow augmented, huge, big turbofan. It's 220 inches in length. That's 5.59 meters. And it's huge, but not as big as the Pratt & Whitney's F-100. Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW600, which is installed in the F-35B. It's got a 3-stage fan and a 6-stage high-pressure compressor. It's got the annular combustor. I can show you a sort of generic design in a moment. The bypass ratio is 0.57. Just to give you an idea of the Typhoon's EJ200 engines, that's a bypass of 0.4, so even lower bypass there. Max thrust at 43,000 pounds. On mil thrust, it's at 28,000 pounds. That's a colossal amount of difference, isn't it? 28,000 pounds of military thrust, shall we say, and then 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. The actual compression ratio is 28, 26 on the Typhoon's engines and 24 on the F-15's engine. It is absolutely phenomenal. So just to give you an idea, now we said, I mean, look at this, right? So just short of 6 meters, or shall we say 5, let's have a look. The length of the F-100, F-135 PW100 on the F-35A is 220 inches, 5.59 meters, right? The 600 on the F-35B is 369 inches. That's almost this 9.37 meters. Massive. See if I can show you my the engine. How we doing? Hope we're all good. So I'm going to show you my generic huge turbofan. Bear with me, here we go. Here's my generic engine, but I'll tell you the differences what we've got. Now then, you've all heard of the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, right? We've heard that, haven't we? So on the intakes of the F-35, sucks in that air to this huge turbofan. Oh yes. Now I'm going to explain a few things. So first of all, even your car, your motorbike, or even your tractor, or your you know, petrol grass cutter, it needs three elements really. You know, it needs air, it needs fuel, you mix that up together, and just an ignition to start it off and spark it. Okay, your cars have spark plugs to start that. So the thing is though, how do you make it economical? I mean, if you're going to suck in all that air, you know, you're going to just burn fuel, aren't you? So you need something to make it economical. The most economical thing you can do is to actually squeeze the air to get more air in a small space. Now, compressing air is clever, because let's think about it. Scuba divers with their tanks, think how much oxygen is in there. And those adverts that tell you that, you know, this 1 litre carton of orange juice has 50 million oranges squeezed into it. Think of poor Veruca that was squeezed in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You know, so think about it. So what did we say? We said that the Pratt & Whitney's F135 compresses, squeezes air, what, 28 times. So if we had this much air, I don't know, if I go, let's go that much of air. So let's, what's that, 5 centimetre cubed, 5 centimetre in volume, 2.5 by 2.5. We're going to then squeeze it 28 times. That's amazing. So if you did have 28 centimetre of air, cubed air, you've squeezed it down to 1 centimetre cubed. That is amazing. So you've got to imagine how economical that is. Good thing about compressed air, it's a lot more, one, economical like we said, but also it's a lot more combustible. It's like blowing in a balloon. So much pressure is built up. The bigger the pressure, the better the bang, right? So the F135 PW100 has this 3-stage fan at the beginning. Okay, so this one's true, so I got my low pressure area. But you'll notice when it gets to the high pressure, how do you squeeze it? Now these are all blades, they're like propellers or wings, and they channel the air really carefully, create a lot of pressure and squeeze it. And this is true to all engines that compress air. They get smaller and smaller and smaller. That poor Veruca's getting shrunk, the orange juices are getting shrunk. So you've got that beautiful mixture of compressed air. Now I've got lots of high pressure stages here. On the F135 PW100 it has 6. Okay, so you've got to imagine, that's really good, that's amazing. So you've got all that air that's compressed. Now it goes into the annular combustion area. Okay, this is the hot section. So it's got these spray nozzles here on our engine, and it's sprayed and mixed in beautifully with that compressed air, which is squeezed 28 times, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So if you had this much air, it's now like squeezed 28 times. That is amazing. The bypass, like we said, is 0.57. That's your bypass that goes out here. Now with that combustion, when it's ignited and blown up, that actually turns the 2-stage low pressure turbine. So these are your turbines which actually power your combustion. It's almost like which came first, the chicken or the egg, as such. So the 2-stage low pressure turbine actually powers the low pressure compressor, and then the 1-stage high pressure turbine starts powering with the shaft the high pressure compressor. Now it's that kinetic energy that's combusted starts turning these, so everything powers kind of much each other, and then your 28,000 pounds of thrust is out there. All right, but then what about afterburner? When does that come into it? Well, the thing is, this is why you have a massive increase. We said 28,000 pounds of thrust military power, and it jumped up to 43,000 pounds of thrust. What's that, 30% or so? Is that right? It's usually about 30%. Now the problem is here, why you've got these spray bars here. Okay, now remember, after burner. You're burning something after. Reheat, you're reheating something after. It has its own sort of like combustion chamber or a separate chamber. It's got to have special coating and insulation, because obviously it's really hot, maybe something like 1,000 degrees Celsius here. But this is why it's using the hot gases and spraying fuel straight into non-compressed air. It's just using the hot gases, all right, which is why it's not very economical, but gives you more power. You're then not using your beautiful economical compressed air. You're using the hot gases, which is why in this separate section, boom, you get an increase. I mean, you're also increasing your fuel consumption by about 3 times. So on an F-16, for example, it burns fuel at 3,000 litres per hour. When you put your afterburner on that F-16 engine, you are 9,000 litres per hour. That's a big difference. But that's why the afterburner is not economical, but gives you more power straight from there. So we're just waiting for more departures coming up. Hope we're all good and feeling well. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed the takeoffs. I'll do my best to keep still in this wind. It's not as bad as yesterday. I hope you enjoyed the red arrows there yesterday. Absolutely amazing. You're tuned into the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. You know how it is. Oi, oi! Hey! Woo! Got a nice little meet up here, haven't we? Got loads of people here. Thank you for the support, everyone. Thank you very much. Where's your headset? Hey! Right, who we got on the show? Who we got on the chat room? Let's have a look at you. Darren Harwood, how you doing? Margot, Kino, send it. Oi, oi. Juice the RAF, how you doing? Emily, photography. Yes, I do sign stuff. Here we go. Gucci Man, how you doing? Jeff Hughes, Mark Moody, Margot Anonymous, how you all doing? Hope you're well. Stephen Billings there, Godzilla, how you doing? Joshua Brown, Mark Moody, Margot Baxter, 8th Day, Mark Dudley, thank you everyone for the support. Andrew Farley, oi oi, where's Andrew today? Is Andrew here? He's here. How you doing with Angela as well? Hand Hendricksa, how you doing? Gucci Man, Christine Barnes, Paul Mayers, Daniel Walker, who's here live and live. Get ready for some more action. Just gone 4 minutes past 8 here in the morn. In sunny Suffolk, but windy Suffolk at the moment. And Aspen, how you doing? What up, Aspen, if you're there, mate? Oi, oi. Mr. Grimsdale, how you doing? Oi, oi to you. Good morning, Joshua Brown. Richie Flies, good morning, hello. Vast Devligier. Dave Holloway, who's here live and live. Oi, oi. Oi, oi. No, here he is. Is that Andrew? There he is. Oi, oi. Where's Reggie? It's where Reggie's come out the woods. Hey.
Okay, I
hello.
This on the web for where is Reggie come out of the woods. Check it out.
I was holding Siri when I said that. Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah, it just said that. Where's Reggie in the woods? But oh well, here we go. Right, here's our F-35As. The Mach 1.6 speeding, 43,000 pounds of thrust blasting, 9G pulling, stealth, can't see much of it, visibility-ing, if that's even a word. Here we go. Wind's just calming down, I think, a little bit. It's quite nice. You're up there, Paul. Where's your office chair? I miss your office chair. I love it.
Just change of plan.
That's fine.
Only temporary.
That looks quite easy to just pop up, isn't it? Yeah. Mate, this is a dream. It's beautiful. Here he is, Kev H. How you doing, man? Oh, thank you.
My mentor from Unfield.
Thank you. A place I've been? Yes, I have. I went to a friendly match against Olympiacos. Yeah, Liverpool won 2-0. Yeah, I remember that. It was a good experience. It was good fun. Wearing both shirts. Got to keep it neutral. God, look at this. Ted, it's gone, mate. So our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing? You good? I know, it was quite good, wasn't it, Ted? No, Ted's quick climb there. We've got more F-35s taxiing down. So this is what we call the catwalk here, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. But it's officially called the taxiway, but we thought catwalk sounds better. Gaz Russell, oi oi to you, how you doing? So for those wondering of the Whiskey Alpha tail code, now the official tail code is Lima November for Lakenheath, but of course that last one had WA Western Airlines, but it is of course a aircraft that originally was from Nellis Air Force Base. However, it is going to be, or is, a Lakenheath aircraft, just hasn't had the new tail code painted on. It does take a little bit of time due to the sensitivity of stealth aircraft. It does take a little bit longer to get this prepared. It's of course they need to be careful and get the RAM, the radar absorbing material, and the correct paint to make sure it doesn't affect the stealth performance of the aircraft. When Lakenheath arrived, when the 48th Fighter Wing arrived, or at least shall we say when the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing arrived in 1960 here at Lakenheath, that's when they arrived, they brought with them the F-100D Super Sabres, and they had a different tail code system. They had the letter L for Lakenheath and a second letter to denominate the squadron, which really kind of is almost in line with sort of like the ideas of the Second World War. They had LR, LS and LT, so each second letter denominated the squadron. So LR was the 492nd, LS was the 493rd, and LT was the 494th. They brought with them sort of like that bare metal F-100E Super Sabres. Now you may have seen Super Sabres here with camo. That was late 60s, I think from 1967 or so. And you can see an example of an LT tail code, even with the red tail flash representing the Panthers, the 494th, at Newark Air Museum. This changed in 1972 when they switched over to the Phantoms. They very briefly changed that tail code system to LK for standard for all squadrons, Lima Kilo, and then the following year, not even a whole 12 months complete, they changed it to the tail code that we know today, to LN. Now for those who are quick to realize that it is RAF Lakenheath, operated by United States Air Force, you are correct, it still is a Royal Air Force station owned by the Royal Air Force, but switched over to the United States Air Force in 1948. Now you're tuned into the much loved military aviation channel, the Ted Coningsby channel, spreading positivity, happiness and much love around the world. And don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and of course marry up the notification bell button to that subscription as well. It is free, and help us get to 100k, but one step at a time. Of course, we are very close to 95k, one step at a time. Oh, you right, man? Yeah. There's a bit of a Ted Coningsby meetup today, which is lovely. Good to see. Thanks for all your support, everyone. And also we do have Tally here with us as well. Tally, how you doing, mate? You all right? Haven't seen you in a while. Tally's a little bit camera shy at the minute. So we got more F-35s taxiing very shortly. Cool. Hope we're all good. Thanks for joining us today, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Don't forget to hit the care button as well. That's spelled S-H-A-R-E. And do share it. It does make me proud when I see that you do all care and share as well. It's really kind of you to do that. So thanks to all those that share on social media the link for today and our channel promoting it, which is really good. So thank you for all those that do that as well. And of course, all our viewers for tuning in and smashing that like button. Let's see if we can get 1,000 likes as well today. All is good. If you've got any questions about how everything works, from aircraft to squawk codes to runway numbers, anything like that, engines, let me know. So I was doing some myth busting the other day, and I can confirm about the short Sterling bomber, which was here. But before I give you that, let me just show you the. Is that more F-15 starting up? Sounds like it, doesn't it? Yep, it is. I'm going to show you the very first aircraft to operate here for those that haven't seen one before. This came here in 1941 with number 20 operational training unit. Now you're probably wondering, okay, number 20 operational training unit. They came all the way from Lossiemouth. I know, right? The thing is with Lossiemouth, they started to use it in a more operational role. Now Lossiemouth was quite far up north, and was a perfect place and a perfect location to have an operational training unit. But ladies, gents, teddy bears, I just want to let you know that Bomber Command, with their loss total at 55,573, 10% of that number, that's over 5,000, that losses were from operational training unit. I know, not combat, training. Now Lossiemouth was the perfect place to have operational training units, but they started to use it more and more operationally, and this kind of got in the way of the flying training schools that were there and operational training units, that it was a matter of time when they moved number 20 operational training unit. Now with Mildenhall building up its Bomber Command role and aircraft there, this was a perfect location. So number 20 actually came here and operated this. The squadrons 149 and 199 did eventually come over here. Lakenheath was actually a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall, along with, I think it was Downham Market as well, or Tuddenham, one of those. I think it had those two onto its list as its parent. It was parenting the base here. So number 20 came here with the Vickers Wellington, and then eventually they moved. I think they moved back to, I think it's Milltown, which is not far away from Lossiemouth. So that's it's still there today. I might have to do a lost airfield. I'll have a look at the rules over in Scotland. It's a lot more lenient for roaming there, but I'll have a look at the rules, of course, like I normally do when I go this year. But the Vickers Wellington bomber, the most produced RAF bomber of World War II, served right throughout, made in 16 different variants. They made actually 11,400 of these, and it had a good career for a twin engine bomber. And listen to those engines, right? Listen to that, beautiful. Yeah, so they even set a world record at Broughton in 1943. The men and women worked tirelessly to beat a world record to assemble a bomber. The world record at the time was 48 hours. They built one of these in 23 hours 50 minutes, and they flew it the following day. That was just remarkable, and they were making these at a rate of 28 per week. That's phenomenal, isn't it? So, from what we've got today, this was the bomber that was here first. And just to give you a bit of spec, the wingspan on the Wellington was 86 feet, and could reach speeds of 235 miles per hour, service ceiling at 18,000. Had about 6 to 8 guns, the 303s, and it had a bomb load of 4,500 pounds. But eventually squadrons transferred to the short Sterling bomber, and I've been doing some myth busting. I know right, myth busted. Nikos, what are you talking about? Because the next aircraft to operate here was the short Sterling bomber, and I found some really good stuff about it. Don't know if I'm going to get time to tell you about it, but I'll do my best. Hello. Right, short Sterling bomber time. Okay, now I did a little bit more research about Air Ministry specification or operational requirement, and I did discover that the Air Ministry would actually put out a particular specification for a particular bomber. There was a code, and you may see it, there'll be a letter, 2 numbers, / and 2 numbers. The last 2 numbers is the year, so 36-36 is 1936. The first 2 numbers, that is the submission. You can have 1, 2, 3, it was in numerical. So what I'm saying is the short Sterling bomber was actually an Air Ministry requirement. It had the letter B. The letter B stood for heavy bomber. The letter P was for medium bomber. The letter F for fighter. They also had Navy. They had all sorts of specifications. And they also had a private venture as well. So the Air Ministry specification for the short Sterling that was put out was B1236. But I also found out that Supermarine was the chosen one. It was the Supermarine 317 that was going to be our heavy bomber, all right, made to the specification. Now that specification, B1236, will give you all the details required for the Air Ministry's operational requirement. It was amazing because I did discover that it did have a wingspan maximum at 100 feet, okay, but the myth tied in with the hangars is not true, because the Lancaster and the Halifax, even the B-17, had bigger wingspans. It had 102 feet. So the Short brothers actually made this to the exact specification. It wasn't the hangars that was the problem, it was just that specification. So it's amazing to think that. And the number for the short Sterling bomber, the 1236, tells you that there were 11 other submissions before that for different specifications. So this number that I've got to learn is actually quite interesting, really, isn't it? You know, it's amazing. You can have a look at P1336. Now this was for a medium twin engine bomber, which the Avro Manchester, which later developed into the Lancaster, developed from. Oh, here comes trouble. So the requirement for B1236, just to let you know, was a 4-engine heavy bomber. It had to have a minimum 215 miles per hour cruise, 1,500 mile range, and 4,000 pound bomb load. Well, the short Sterling was going to be chosen, but they preferred the Supermarine 317. However, the prototypes where they were kept in the factory were actually destroyed due to a raid by the Luftwaffe. So it only made sense for S29, which was the short Sterling. So this came out from that. So the Short brothers actually developed this from the short Sunderland. And while the F-35s are taxiing across, it could have had bigger wings, but it didn't, because they built it to a specific requirement. The other thing as well, it did have a 14,000 pound bomb load, which is great. However, another design flaw was it had a division door here, and you could only fit 2,000 pound bombs. You couldn't actually fit bigger bombs. And the thing is, as technology improves for aircraft, so did the weaponry. 4,000 pound cookie bombs, the 14,000 pound, you know, tall boy, you couldn't fit them because they had a divider. Now the problem is, when I said about the wings, another design fault, this really could have done with a larger wingspan. It struggled fully fueled and, you know, with full payload. It can only reach service ceiling as 16,500 feet, whereas the Wellington could do 18,000 feet with just the two engines. However, there were positives. Now, just before I go on one, just to let you know, I've busted the myth. The reason for the wingspan that wasn't increased is because it was part of the specification, nothing to do with the hangars, because it makes sense, because the Halifax and the Lancaster had a larger wingspan, so that's why. So it was just to do with the specification. The short Sunderland was based, the Short brothers based it on this. It had this massive gull underneath, but it did have some positives. Why? Well, because of the stubby wings, it could outturn fighters. It could actually get away and do some evasive maneuvers. You couldn't do that in a Lancaster. However, guess what? This excelled also in, are you ready for this? D-Day. It played a vital part in D-Day. Why? Well, if it's made to carry 14,000 pound of bomb loads, well, it's able to tow the Horsa glider very easily and transported troops. It was also involved in a massive secret diversion, almost like a deception called Operation Glimmer. They, if you're familiar with something called window, like chaff, to confuse the Germany, that there was a massive naval attack and an attack. They did this just before the invasion of D-Day. They let out all the window, which is like chaff, to confuse radar. It was a massive naval and RAF fleet. So this actually excelled as a bomber, but not bombing. It was excellent at towing the troops because of what it was supposed to do, and it was excellent at avoiding enemy fighters, and it was excellent at secret special duties roles as well. It even operated at RAF Tempsford and carried our spies over to occupied Europe. Nice one, Short Sterling. I knew there was a positive somewhere because you know, crews loved it. Here we go. Here's trouble. Oh, there's lots of trouble. Millions of them. Trouble! Huh? Thank yous. Here we go. Get ready for... Here we go. Oh yeah. You alright, man? Yeah, good. Good. Beautiful 5th generation stealth fighter. From all angles. The F-35 flown by the 493rd and the 495th fighter squadrons. It's a busy one today here at Lakenheath. Here we go, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Here we go. Let's ride. Here we go. just over those trees. See air brake there, just to create a bit of drag to slow the aircraft down. Simple but effective. That's aerodynamics for you. mate. Rest in peace, Coral Arms. Now, Ted, it's gone, mate. You won't find it. No, it's Ted, it's gone. It's gone, mate. Oh no! Beret recovery team! Someone actually catched that! Oh wow!
Who's caught it? Ah, well done!
Point Charlie!
Oh, you got it.
I'll get you a card in a bit.
Point Charlie!
Point Charlie! How many we got? One? We do issue Beret recovery team cards, an official card to say you are part of the Beret recovery team once you successfully retrieve Ted's beret. Yeah, so the beret was actually caught, which was pretty good. It's actually caught mid-flight, amazing. Huh? Could have to be a new requirement or specification on car alarms. It's F-15 proof or F-35 proof or something, you know, anti-rumble. Climb on request and still got Point Charlie! Oh, there's been some good spluffage today. Love the gear. Notice the gear on the F-35. The rear landing gear pops out first, and then the nose. Typhoons, if I remember correctly, all of them come out at once. Car alarms are not just for Christmas, they are, you know.
Battery in a minute.
Look at the control.
I think it's down by David Burgers somewhere.
She's not far from David.
It's been going off since the first one went out this morning.
Oh, is it?
Nicely done. Here comes trouble. Oh. Someone's going to have a flat battery at this rate, I think. Point Charlie, here we go. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Lakenheath and it's a very, very busy day. Another one there as well. Look at that. Fweep sound is, well, you can always get yourself a Ted Coningsby vocab hat. Look at this, available on our online store. Fweep! And that's caused by the convergent exhaust nozzle actuating system of the Pratt & Whitney's F100 family. Some of the F-16s have the Pratt & Whitney F100 engine, and they Fweep, and it's all because it's pneumatic, the Senk. Thank you. Oh, hello. Oh my word, what's this? So yeah, if they are pneumatic, it's the air that pushes through the actuating system, which open and closes the exhaust nozzles on the F-15. The F-135 doesn't have it. The Typhoon doesn't have it. They're hydraulic, but they're not pneumatic. Quick climb. That's been approved. Here we go. Yes, as I was saying, the actuating system, which opens and closes on the F-15 Strike Eagles, Pratt & Whitney's F100 229, pushes air, so it's pneumatic when it's controlled by the Senk, the convergent exhaust nozzle control, and it pushes air, which makes this lovely Fweep sound. I believe the speeds are very fast for it to make that Fweep sound, so it's like Fweep. And the reason why it takes, when we're on takeoff, when it moves, it goes Fweep. The thing is, it doesn't go in sync because of the distance. We are about a quarter of the mile away. The F-135 engine doesn't Fweep because it's hydraulically done with no pneumatics and no air is pushed through. So that's why it doesn't Fweep. It's more. I did say it's going to be a busy day. Here we go, more departures coming up with more arrivals as well. Thanks, man. Here we go. Wonderful F-15E Strike Eagle arrived here in 1992. Operated by the 492nd and the 494th as they transitioned from the F-111 aardvark.
Didn't come back. Got it wrong. If you listen to this point, things down.
Here we go.
7 as well, so
Yeah, he had to do one and then he put a line for him.
Alright, low approach, here we go.
Here we go.
I don't think I've seen this many on the catwalk before. TARDIS has got the EPAWs on there. 320 has the upgrade. You can tell if you follow the stabilizer down, it's got the new upgraded EPAWs on this one. There's two like sort of mids. Here we go! Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Wow, a 7-ship departure, eh? Woo! Looks like a, what they call a mini elephant walk, that. It's pretty cool though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all over there. Can you see it so far?
Yeah, all the tags were missing, so they must have. Could be.
What if he's taken off the fuel that?
Which is good.
No, actually, there's no go around. I'll just take off over here.
They had the EPAWs on there. It's an upgrade.
They're already doing it.
I don't know. I will do a famous drawing.
I know.
1 second. Okay.
Yeah.
Got to do a drawing of the EPAW system, how to tell.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Nikos. Come in,
That could be quick.
You can see. Oh my gosh.
Oh, listen to that.
Yeah, you might need to take that over there. Thanks. You're gonna have to get a red card on that one. Red Ted, sort her out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get Red Ted out. Red Ted.
You always get me in trouble.
Here we go.
So I get your red card.
You're going to set me off in a minute.
Pretty little plane.
Fweep.
I need a bleep, but we need a Fweep.
Where's Jimmy Nail when you need him, innit?
We need a Fweep machine.
Fweep, but
You do, but around
Is that a bird in sync with the F-15 there? Or am I just seeing things?
No,
It is- It was as well. Look at that.
That's definitely an
Well, what a day we've had, ladies and teddy bears. Everyone you can hear in the background having a great time, and it's been incredible. We've had lots of quick climbs. We've just had that elephant walk with a 7 ship of F-15s, loads of quick climbs, some good vibes, good tribes. Rack them up. Fweep! Beautiful. That's amazing. Did I swallow that pen, or is it? I hope I didn't swallow the pen.
pen recovery.
That would be a rather interesting visit to the hospital.
We can come back if anything goes.
I better get your pen recovery card.
Sorry to recharge.
Yeah, he said next to the campus. It was a Liverpool spot, right?
Where we were last night, mate.
You go.
Yeah, that's where the guy said.
Show your name.
Squirksy, I know.
Where we went last night.
You went Liverpool?
Yeah, yeah. Did this.
Oh, just traditionally headed, yeah.
Down the road.
You are now part of the care effort.
Where did that guy say? Is it like the Nook, yeah, the Nook campsite, but like
Yeah, I think it's probably where we were anyway. You're not going to get much closer than that.
my legs are done. He's in the spot.
A bit of both. we go. Goodness me. So yeah, that tail code 320 had the upgrade on the back, the EPAWS system, which I'll explain. This is how you can tell if it's got it or not. This has got the EPAWS system, and this is your non-modified. So if you look at the, it's on both stabilizers. I just thought I'd just have the liberty of just drawing the one. So the standard one without the EPAWS upgrade, you'll see if you follow the stabilizer down, it's got this one sort of, I'll just call it a nib. And then on the upgraded one, like 320, it's got two. That's how you can tell if it's got the EPAWS system, which was one that I noticed just then on that first departure of the 7 ship. And it's quite, you know, it's called EPAWS, but it's an abbreviation for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. It's a bit like the Typhoon's missile anti-warning warning system that it's got, but it's BAE system, and it's the ANALQ 250 Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. Try and remember that, but I just call it EPAWS, which pause for bears. But it protects the F-15s with digital electronic warfare technology to maximize mission effectiveness and survivability in a high contested environment. So it's really advanced, created by BAE. It's got a fully integrated radar warning, geolocation, situational awareness and self-protection solution to detect and defeat surface and airborne legacy, current and future threats in highly contested, dense signal environments. So it's very clever, and the way it would work, you know, and it does provide pilots with maximum situational awareness, and it helps them detect, identify and rapidly respond to any potential threats. It gives a 360-degree picture of the battle space, so it collates all that information instantaneously as well, and it's got a broad instantaneous bandwidth and high-speed scan capability. So it leverages digital EW technology from the 5th gen fighter aircraft. So it's almost like adding, oi oi buddy, how you doing? You right? Good, good, good. So like I said, it's got a 360-degree scope of the battle space, modular, scalable, open system architecture. Literally, it's almost like having not a virtual world, but creates the battlefield right up to the pilot. It's really exciting, and it's, you know, being created by BAE Systems. It's a phenomenal piece of kit. How are we doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel? My name's Nikos. Where's Heather?
I'm here.
Can I just borrow that card a minute? I just want to show people. So if you are fortunate enough to... I'll hide your... Well, even though I've just called you Heather, I was going to hide...
That's all right.
Nah, you're good. I was going to show you this. So if you are fortunate enough... I mean, I have to admit, Heather actually caught it mid-flight. If you do successfully catch Ted's beret, we give you a special beret recovery team card. There we go, look, signed by Ted, and the date as well. It says here, beret recovery team successfully recovered by whoever caught it, and we'll sign and date it. So thanks Heather, well done for that. There we go, awesome stuff. So yeah, that's the EPAWS system, and that's how you can tell. I know it's not that was a quick drawing, because sometimes you just want to keep it simple, keep it sweet, keep it neat, just to show you the differences. But that, it's almost like adding an extra piece of technology that's 5th gen. So the F-35 has got the EOTS and the DAS system. The DAS system probably would be away, and the EOTS, actually I'll show you it. I'll show you the EOTS system, electro-optical targeting system. And again, for those romantic lot that buy their loved ones, have I just broken a piece of F-35 again? I'm in debt. So those romantic lot that buy Sapphire, if you are the owner of a Sapphire engagement ring, you've got technically a piece of F-35. Well, that's how I'm selling it anyway. I don't work for the jewellery channel, but you never know. So the EOTS is made of sapphire, okay? Again, a lower RCS radar cross-section. This is the electro-optical targeting system. So it's sort of similar to the, if you match that with the DAS system, that's very, very similar to the EPAWS on the F-15. But this is the electro-optical targeting system made of sapphire. That's pretty cool, just thought I'd show you that. The DAS is here, for those wondering. And I've just snapped a piece of my F-35. Imagine that. Oh, I could hear some. You alright, buddy? Yeah? Yeah, good, man. Good. Sorry? Oh, was it good?
Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's good. Cool. Yeah. Oh, well, as long as you had a good time. Nice. So I'll just talk to you a little bit about the DAS system. That's here, that's the distributed aperture system. And it's almost like having a white and sort of black here. You see these two bumps? These two bumps on the real thing, it's got like a white and a black, sort of almost like a hexagonal sort of shapes. And it's the AN/AAQ-37 DAS system, the distributed aperture system, and it's basically a sensor, and it's fielded to the F-35, and it gives and provides 3 basic categories of functions in every direction simultaneously. So it's got missile detection and tracking, including launch point detection and countermeasure queuing, aircraft detection and tracking, situational awareness, infrared search and track, Where are we? Oh, 12 high, you're fine. I'll wait for that one. So it's very similar to the EPAW system. So it has air-to-air queuing, imagery for cockpit displays, and pilot night vision imagery displayed onto the helmet mounted display. So that, I would say, is probably quite similar. Just above me now, 12 o'clock high, I've got a PFO going on, I think, a practice flame out, or a precautionary flame out. High key, here we go. So this aircraft is at 10,000 feet. If I can find it now. There we go. So the idea is, if you've only got one engine, you know, having a flame out is not the ideal scenario, but there is a process to sort it out. Now, flame out is not a stall. The compressors are still spinning round, they're still sucking air, the engine's still working, just no flames. A bit like your gas boiler, the pilot light's gone out. The boiler's still sort of working, there's no flame. So the way to do it is to take the aircraft 10,000 feet, which is actually called high key, and you scoop up as much air as possible by dropping it from 10,000 feet. Basically turning your aircraft into a glider to try to start it again. Now, to simulate this, the pilot would put this aircraft into idle. I have admittedly just lost it. I think we've got another one as well. Now, you can only have 4 in the circuit for practice flame outs. Here we go. Wow, look at this angle it's coming down from. Thanks, Dan. Ladies, gents, Steady Bears, Ted Coningsby channel live, and we've got a really nice buzz behind us with lovely support from all the fans. You take care, man. Yes, Paul, how you doing? Loads of Ted Coningsby fans there, which is really good. Thanks all for supporting me. Thank you, and the channel.
This is just, you know.
What's that? I've never seen one of them before.
Exactly.
What is this? Does anyone know what aircraft this is? Because I have no idea. I've never seen one of these before. That's wicked, man. There you go.
That's for you.
Well, so I can have one all the time if I miss one. There's the Hawk. For those that know the channel through time, know that I really don't know what this aircraft actually is, but I do know it's 100 Squadron.
Yeah.
With the skull and bones there now. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you.
No problem.
Tell you what, it's time for some Guards marches, I think, everyone. Hello. You're right there. That was good. Lovely to see the Fweep shirts coming along. Look at Righty there. Look at him there looking all serious.
It's nice to see everyone here.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's really good. Nice one. Thank you for coming along. Right, where's the Ted, how you doing, mate? You all right? Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Missing you, man. Guards march for Ginger Bailey. Oi, oi. Thank you very much for the super. Rich H, member for 7 months. Hello, friends. Thanks to all air and ground crew out there. Thank you very much. And more startups. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat for Ted's smoked salmon bagels. Mark, Babs high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march. Heather Holloway, who's here, who's now part of the BRT, who's celebrating 12 months membership. Oi, oi, from the Heath. Thank you for Ted and Nikos. Thank you as well for catching Ted's beret. Congratulations. Stephen Mann, member for 9 months. Wow, is it really 9 months? Amazing channel, amazing people. Here's the Fweep massive. Andrew Heatley celebrating 9 months and counting. Thank you very much. The Derek Turinyemi experiment, member for 14 months. Send it. Oh yeah. Kieran Harvey, member for 16 months. We'll be there soon for my first QCF. Oi oi, send it. Oi oi. Woozer, happy Friday, y'all. Thank you very much for the super chat. Guards march. 8th day member for 9 months. So happy to support Nikos, Claire and Ted. Thank you very much. Daniel Walker, where's Keno? AWOL, of course. Miss ya. Daniel Walker, oi oi Bex, wish you were here. Oh bless. Where is he? Where is that? Oh, there you are. At my 6. Who else we got here? Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards march. K Duff, 21 months membership. Good morning, TCS. Thank you very much. Rinse Wins Hat, member for 10 months. Oi oi TCS, great day for it. Thank you very much. Julianne V, member for 3 months. I'm a lurker. Thanks for the awesome streams. Thank you very much. Mr. Grimsdale, member for 25 months. Thanks for sending it. Oh yeah. Wee Stevie Boy, mega stream. Thank you very much for the super chat. Guards march. Paul Mayers, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Thank you. Mark Bowen, high five. Guards march. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. DJ Sonic Sense, thanks Nikos. Thank you for the super chat. Guards march. Donna and the Caker Cat, thank you very much for the super. Guards march. Wayne Moy, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby squadron. Oh yeah. Muriel Hudson, member for 8 months. Oi oi! Wow. those 8 months gone. Alex Raven, congratulations on 8 months membership. Don't know what I'd do without this community. Thanks all. Ginger Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat. God's much. Gucci man, where is Gooch? Talk to me, Gooch. Oi oi to the TCS on the line. Fozzie, thank you very much for the 25 months membership. OMG, has it really been 25 months? Thank you very much. Ted's certainly getting his steps in today. We Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you very much for the super Guards March. We Stevie Boy, thank you for another super chat, Guards March. And finally, living the dream, Mark Joyce, who's put oi oi. Thank you very much, everyone, and it's been incredible. We've had billions and billions, I think, of launches today. And Paul, thanks very much for the that mysterious haul.
Yeah, I know.
Which I will have to have a look at Norfolk Grumman, see if they've got anything special secret going on.
I don't know. Point Charlie!
Oh, Point Charlie! Oh, off we go. Here we go, Point Charlie crew, here we go. Love it. Here we go. I mean, you can hear the, you know, the love, the positivity on the channel, the fun. It is a good, you know, it's good fun. It makes you smile. Smiling and being happy is good for you. It really is good for the soul. I've always said this for mental health. Stay in the green. Enjoy. You know, just makes you feel good. You've got aircraft. You've got a lovely community. Look at this. That was good. That was. Oh, what's going on? Oh no! What's happening over there? What's going on over there? Yeah, I've heard about Julie Beard's parties. Right, here we go. Right, high and dry, here we go.
Nikos, do you want any cake?
No, I'm alright, thank you. I'm going to have some tea in a moment.
Tea, bigger?
Oh yes.
It's a good wedge, you know. It's a proper cake.
Look at this.
off, you know.
Non-stop action today. We've all enjoyed it. Just the one? Looks like just the one.
Okay.
Thanks everyone for tuning in to the Ted Coningsby channel. I hope you've all enjoyed the action from the 48 Fighter Wing. Absolutely incredible. Big shout out to all parts and trades. First of all, big shout out to the SF Security Forces, OSI and LE. SF, how you all doing? And of course the 48th Medical Group, keeping everyone sweet and neat and healthy. So a big shout out to them. The communications and operations squadrons as well. And of course the 48th Operations Group, which is the flying component. The 48th Maintenance Group as well. The Mission Support Group. The Force Support Squadrons and the 48th Security Squadrons as well. RAF Lakenheath Fire Department, medics, AWCU, wing safety, all aspects. And of course the fighter generation squadrons as well, part of the 48th Maintenance Group. Angela Farley, oi oi to you.
Oh man, I didn't recognise you there. No, I didn't recognise you. He's been sunning it.
How you doing, man? Looking all good. Do you know, Rich, you'd know, do you know what aircraft this is, mate? Because I have no idea what that is. A present for me today. How you doing, bro? You alright, man? Yeah, good. Was it good? Yeah, enjoyed it.
He does it. He focuses the cattle, so he focuses through the fence.
I bet that must have been unbelievable.
What we got? 12 o'clock high?
Oh,
yeah. 12 o'clock high. Yes, he's there. There he is.
It's a plane!
It is tipping.
It's definitely a jet! It's got two wings!
How we doing, Perez, Mattman Bush, Aryan, Paul Clark, Mark Moody, Noxie, Christine, Karen Glenn, Colin Booth? How we all doing? Hope you're good. Captain A, Dr. Soda. How's all the Spanner Flight crew? Davey, have a good break if you tuned in. Wing waves, we've had everything today. Quick climbs, an elephant walk, we've had it all.
Nikos, what's an elephant walk? What's an elephant walk?
When there's loads of aircraft taxiing down the runway. Down the taxiway.
Taxiway? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The ones I missed. One was amazing yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
That was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I might be pushing it at that distance. Look at this. Who needs Pilates just follow an F-35 up there at high key. Two. I think that was the first one. Yeah! we've had. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been incredible. Oh, I think I might just grab a quick camera been a long-standing joke.
Oh, fair enough.
No, yeah, no, thank you.
No, I was going to say Google Lens.
Yeah,
That would have helped.
yeah. So that's like a long-standing joke. When I first started the channel, I kept missing them for loads of reasons, and even packing up and driving home, loads of them will cover. They were all hawks, so it was really funny.
When I went to Wales, the only one I saw was that petrol station.
Oh, okay.
I had to quickly whip it out.
In my defence, they're really quiet when they're coming through low level, and then at the last minute. So there we go. See you at Lakenheath. Stable, calm down just a little bit, not too bad. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? A great way to end our week here. It's been a great week. Started off at East Kirkby with a little a lovely little stream from the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Really good. See Sally B and the P51 Mustang Jersey Jerk, along with the Just Jane and the Mosquito taxi rides, along with the tanks, the M5 Stuart tank and the T-34. Really good live firing from the tanks there, really amazing. It's been phenomenal. And of course we had the PDA from the BBMF, followed by a midweek stream here, and Red Arrows yesterday, and finishing up here for the week. So we haven't had any typhoons this week, really, have we? Well, this is why we mix it up a little bit. Now I've probably lost count of everything that's happened. Captain A, how you doing?
3.2 kilograms, I think. 3.2, 3.3.
Emma Rocket, Karen Glenn, Al Phillips, how you all doing? Heather Holloway, who's here, Paul Mayer, Simon Watron, who's here as well, Martin, Casper, Oi, Dr. Soda, Wee Stevie Boy, how you doing? Wibbs, Angela Farley, Christine Barnes. I'm guessing she's here. Is Angela Farley? Yeah, no, Andrew Farley's here as well. Living the dream, Mark Joyce, keeping our roads all safe and secure, thank you. Margot, how you doing? Gary D, Mark Moody as well. Hope we're all good. Captain A, I'm all good, man. Thank you very much. Mark Garwood, oi oi to you. And it's only just gone 10:15, so it's 10:16 here in the UK, and it feels like we've been here for a very long time. You're most welcome. Hope you're all good. And I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been a cracking day. It's been good.
No, I've been very unlucky.
AD calls it oi oi to you. Hope you're well. Good. Big shout out to our Spanner Flight crew, keeping the chat room sweet and neat, safe and secure. It is a family channel,
I actually thought
and we like to keep it that way. Gaz Budge, oi oi. Hope we're all good. Big shout out to the AWCU, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, that's just gone past. It's certainly been a good one today. Lots of departures. Sure, Andrew C's been keeping busy. Muzz, how you doing? AD Causa, hope you're all good as well. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's, like I said, it's certainly been amazing.
wow. Brilliant.
Have a quick, I haven't done this for a while, let's have a quick look at what we've got. So, see these, let's do some airfield education, shall we? So these 4 boxes that you can see with the lights on there, the PAPI lights, they're precision approach path indicators, situated by the glide slope, and they're a set of 4 either side, so there should be, and they're switched on facing the runway in use. So this means there'll be another set, 2 lots of 4 at the other end. So if they were switched off now, it would either mean 2 things. 1, the airfield's closed, or 2, the runway 05, the opposite end, is in use. Now they appear red at the moment because they're cleverly done inside that box with a little lens that is like a red lens done at an angle. Now these boxes are tilted at 3 degrees, okay, which means every nautical mile it's around 318 feet in a like the hypotenuse, shall we say. So it goes up, so 2 miles is, let's say, rounded off to about 636 feet. So pilots usually use an equation of 300 feet per nautical mile out. So 10 miles out is 3,000 feet. That is called the glide path. So if you are 10 miles out, 3,000 feet, you are about right. If you are 1 mile out, 300 feet, you are good. Again, okay? Now these are done at an angle, so if you are high or low, they actually change color due to the angle and the lens put in at a certain position inside these PAPI lights. So if you're too high, say for example we were a mile out and we were like 700 feet, right? They may appear all white. This means you're too high. If you have 1 white and 3 red, then you're slightly high, maybe 500 feet, maybe 450 feet, all right? If they're 2 white and 2 red, perfect. If you see 3 red and 1 white, you're slightly low, and if you see all red, then you're way low, you're on the ground. I may have said that wrong earlier, let me just start again. 4 whites, 2 high, 3 white, 1 red, slightly high, 2 white, 2 red, perfect, 3 red, 1 white, slightly low, all red, well, either on the ground or you're way too low. So that's our PAPI lights there. The little squares that you can see with the orange, or sorry, the yellow circle, that is where the cable sits. Lakenheath runways have 2 on each end. They're called BAC 12, it stands for Barrier Arrestor Kit. So the BAC 12, so let's go over here. In this box here, the red and white box, this is where the tension, the cable is tensed and ready to catch. So if we follow that across, it should link up with that very first closer black square with the orange circle, or yellow circle, sorry. If you go across, there's the other one. Now, like I said, they've got a set of 2, so if we go further up, you can see the cable there, which goes underground. Look, there's that cable. It's got like almost like little dumbbell, little grommets. They're weights to keep it taut so it doesn't snag. And there's another set further down. I'll use the old finger there, that one there, further down, and there's another one that goes right across. They got 2 lots, all right, and then another set over there. This here, this is the ILS glide slope antenna. We've spoken about ILS before. This does your vertical. All right, this tells the pilot if they're too high or too low. This sends frequencies using the ILS. Now, ILS stands for Instrument Landing System. So this is actually sending radio waves, frequencies to the aircraft to let the pilot know that they're smack on, they're bang on. And the pilot's got an ILS indicator, a gauge. It's like a triangle, but it also to let you know this is where the glide slope is. This is where the 3-degree glide path, like we said. Okay, so if you've got that, that's fine. How do you know if you're too far to the left or to the right of the center line? Well, this, like I said, does the vertical. This is the glide slope for runway 23. Now, you may hear the localizer. The localizer does the lateral, and this is what a localizer looks like. There it is. That does your lateral to the left and to the right of the center line. Okay, it can go out about 25 miles out, and it spans at a certain degree out. So a pilot could be just, over there, and they can connect to the localizer. They can establish it and actually connect to the right frequencies for it. But this is the localizer for runway 05 because it pans outwards. So the localizer for runway 23 is all the way down there somewhere. That's the glide slope antenna from runway 05. So the glide slope antenna is positioned at the touchdown. So what good is the PAPI lights for? Well, as I said, the pilot is constantly looking at the instruments in the cockpit, looking at the instruments. Am I connected to the ILS properly? Am I too far to the left or to the right of the center line? If the pilot is pretty much on the center line in really bad weather, that's what the ILS can be used for, really bad weather, low visibility. If the pilot is, on the center line, all the pilot needs to do, instead of looking at the instruments and looking back at the runway, looking at the instruments, looking at the runway, if the pilot's pretty much nailed it, the pilot can just look ahead and look at the PAPI lights, say, yep, 2 white, 2 red, jobs are good. Next, we got the SSR. This is the secondary surveillance radar. This is what makes your aircraft ping on a radar. Now, not the apps. I don't want to confuse it with flight radar, FREDAR and ADSB. I'm talking about actual ATC, air traffic controllers radar. This is where your transponder code or your squawk code, so if a pilot keys in 0434, this is where it connects to. Transmit, response. That's what transponder stands for, to transmit and respond. Here's our F-35. It's about to take off. It's given a squawk code on departure. Now you need your transponder on to do that. Transponders are always on, they're not turned off. The myth of the transponders off on a flight radar, that's a myth. It's not true at all. There are different modes, A, B, C and S, and there's a universal one. I'm not going to go into that because I don't know all the modes. But pilot is given a squawk code or a transponder code, keys it in. There's no 8 or 9 in a squawk code. Pilot keys it in on the transponder and it sends it to an SSR. That's what an SSR looks like. It transmits and responds back to the aircraft, and this connection pings to a radar anywhere. Okay, now this connection will tell on the radar the altitude, the speed, and the type of aircraft. It has all that information. Now each squawk code actually has information to tell a radar service of what the aircraft is actually doing. So if the squawk code was 7001, well, if you're near the MAC loop, that's pretty good, because that's the squawk code for low level. 7002, that's the squawk code for a danger zone, whether it's an air weapons range or one of the danger zones or danger areas out in the North Sea, etc. So that's what that's all about. And like I said, there are SSRs, and that's the characteristics of one. It's almost like a primary radar with this like rectangular part on top of it with 4 antennas on top. So that's a secondary surveillance radar. Of course, that's our air traffic control. OI OI RAPCON stands for radar approach control, with the 15-degree slanted tinted windows to stop the glare.
Actually, I took two people, so another girl in the group, she said it was... It's all right, not a problem.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you.
What's that, sorry? It's a gearbox in that place now. It produces it.
Oh gosh, yeah, the PC6. Mad, isn't it? 35,000 revs condensed to 1,700 to 2,200. That's like, I don't even know what, don't even want to begin what percentage that is to reduce it. But it's so talky, and this is why, actually one of my favourite YouTubers, I don't mind mentioning it, Captain Joe, he explained and said that scene out of Fast and Furious at the end when Toretto and his Dodge, it lifts up, same thing, which is why it's so talky they have to have the two sections going the other way, otherwise it will just nose up and flip over. Yeah, it's so powerful they have to have it going one way inside and then the other, I don't know what way, I think it depends how you look at it. One's going one way, one's going the other basically, but really really good. Captain Joe on YouTube is brilliant. I'd love to meet that guy. He's like a little inspiration. But yeah, it's unreal. So I was wondering, I was like, that's a big bore exhaust. Yeah, unreal. Not sure if that's it. Oi oi!
Oi, oi.
What do you reckon that it? Is it? Wow. How's it?
Yeah, good, you? That's clear, that's good.
Yeah, she's good, man. I'll check ATIS quickly.
Yeah.
Do you have any t-shirts in there?
I do. When I finish the show, I'll bring them all out.
It's still. And he's in a novel. Don't get his yellow three-wheeler van and get the suitcase out. Yeah, what?
Getting old.
I was on
Just went in here and then totally forgot what I was doing. It works, so fine. So I could still smile, that'll do, and breathe.
When I do
Still open. Well, it's still open, sorry, that's probably the wrong thing to say. It's still open. Oh, I love the reds. I love the red arrows. They're so good. It's just an icon, aren't they? It does. It does, and that's the whole point. It's like a flag, you know? To represent the Royal Air Force, the best of the best.
I think it's the same week.
Oh, it's great. Amazing. Amazing. Long. You know, whatever aircraft it is, just enjoy what you got. Yeah, I mean, you can only go on for so long. They've used that all since Ted will be happy with that. It's Ted's favourite. Oh, bless.
That's always a good incentive to go. How did old going on?
Yeah? Yeah? Good. Is it?
I've made
How old are you? I remember when I was born in Western Superman. I remember the Western Air Festival.
I wrote.
And I'm, about your age, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Lovely to know Darren. Seen it yesterday. One memory, probably about 8. Never forget the bolt. I call it a handbrake. I know, I've got it. It looked like a handbrake. It did that wing over. Oh, over the pier. Mum was like, hurry up, get this. I'm like, things like that, Steve. Yes, mate. Do you? Oh, well, like that one. That was my favourite when I was little.
This leg is quite
It just looked good. It's a beast. Worried that something's not Wow, they still got plenty of time. They are a satisfaction. They're just good, aren't they? They're so good.
So go look at the springs on
That's my favourite. That's a classic. Imagine. Oh, Gina. Yeah.
When I looked out,
Yeah, no, it wasn't around when I started this. It was very good. Yeah.
Hello, Ted.
Hiya, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Lovely stuff.
Very much. Good, you enjoying it today?
Yeah, loving it.
Good, great. Good. You better pull up and down everywhere.
You enjoyed the day then, haven't you?
Can we get a bit?
Yeah, sure. Go. Let me get Ted.
That was quite nice where we went. I'm sure you put on there, you said there's a wait there.
All right. No worries.
Thank you.
No problem.
Back without the snow. we're going to go to yeah, we're just planning it. We're doing those first day 4 nights. Obviously, we have to stay there one night, do the Bury, do the Bury tour, and then late afternoon flight to Anchorage and do like 3 nights up to the bridge. Do like 7 minutes down. And then we've got Elmdon only like 20 minutes away where we're going to go. You've got there's a park, Davis Park. They're going the other way, hopefully along that bridge.
Ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope we're all good. We're just hanging on while the runway is still open for a little bit, and there could be aircraft still out there. Just before I talk about the history of the 48th Fighter Wing's history, I'm just going to give you a little bit of info on structuring during the Second World War, because of course before the events and the attacks on Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December 1941, the United States, although prepared with their activations and in preparation for a potential attack, they weren't, or at least they officially were at that time neutral. But it wasn't until the events of Pearl Harbor which sealed the fate and took the US to the battlefield, which, you know, for me was a turning point. So I'm just gonna show you a little bit of structure work. Try and I've got some diagrams to show you without it blowing away after you so it doesn't get blown away. It's going to show you some of the structure. So, of course, my name's Nikos, by the way, cameraman and commentator, and your historian. So let's take the 8th Air Force, for example. going to give you some of the structure that was going on at the time. The 8th Air Force, so the way it derived and broke down is that you've got an Air Force, then you've got an Air Division. So you've got the 1st, 2nd and the 3rd Division. Now that's what the shapes meant on the bombers, by the way, okay? So in the Air Division, on a bomber, you'd have a triangle for the 1st Air Division, the circle for the 2nd Air Division, which was usually on the B-24 Liberators, and the square, if you remember where the square is, where is the square near here? Anyone know? That's right, Mildenhall. Mildenhall it is indeed. Now, so we've established that. Hang on a minute, I just need to change one thing on my camera. Just 2 seconds, something's just changed there. 1 second. There you go, should look, oh, sorry, the wind is blowing everything away. That's better, a little bit darker, there you go. Now I was going to show you, these are some of my, this is what I get up to. So, we established that. To peg this down. So we've got the shapes, so we're up to division at the moment, okay? So you put a D in there, that'll be the 100th Air Refueling Wing, right? How cool is that? You put a triangle P, that's the 384th bomb group. Yeah, nice one. So there's the 8th Air Force, then you got your divisions. So we've got a triangle P, let's say that's the 384th bomb group based at Grafton Underwood, and then you got the 100th bomb group, the square D, at Thorpe Abbott Station 139. Underneath that is a wing, and then under the wing you have a group, and then under the group you have a squadron, okay? So that was going on at the time with the structure. Now let me just show you, sorry about the wind, but let me just show you how this actually broke down, if I can, without this. It's better for me to show you in diagrams. So this is like a kind of a structure that they had. They had between 3 and 4 squadrons, usually 4 squadrons. So let's take the 41st Bomb Wing, okay? So we know they're the 8th Air Force. We know they're the 1st Air Division because the triangle meant the 1st Air Division, circle 2nd, square 3rd. So take my 384th that I did at Lost Airfields, okay? So that triangle, the letter P, will tell you they're part of the 41st Bomb Wing, and also that group belongs to that wing, and that triangle P is part of the 3rd Air Division. Each division or each group had a dedicated fighter wing allocated it. So the 64th Fighter Wing, they would look after the bomb groups itself. So each one had a designated one. I'm just going to show you a diagram as well with that. So I'm just showing you a bit of structure, what was going on during the time, which in my research I kind of came to a conclusion why the 495th went to a different group. So if we have a look here, let's go with the 100th Bomb Group, part of the 3rd Air Division. Look, you can see that. But each Air Division had attached a fighter wing as well. So let's have a look. Any of these, the 357th Fighter Group, the 355th. So the 2nd Air Division had the 65th Fighter Wing attached to it. So you had the 456th, 355th and the 361st Fighter Groups. And in those groups are 4 squadrons usually. So it was very, very structured. So, here's a few more things for you. In 1919, the US Army Corps, with the meatball, I'm going to show you some markings. Have you ever wondered why US Air Force markings only have the one roundel? Well, I'm going to show you. And sometimes why the Royal Air Force would have a bit of blue and a bit of light blue instead of the red. Well, literally same case here, why they omitted the red dot. You see, you're flying at hundreds of miles per hour, and sometimes combined speeds could be 400 miles per hour or even more. So during that time, depending on where they were serving, if you were out serving in the Far East or if you were serving in the Pacific, well, red meant Japan, that's your enemy. So having a red meatball flying hundreds of miles per hour, the fact that if you see red, you're going to shoot it. Well, the thing is, they had to admit it. So in May 1942, on the 15th of May, they omitted the red dot. So it was just literally blue and a white star. There was also 28th of June as well, 1943. They had the bar to boost visibility. For a brief time, you may see the red bar outline. That was between June 43 and August 43. But the one roundel did save a lot of lives, and it was put into place in early 1942, and I'll explain why, if I may. Let me get my 2 volunteers. So here's our Spitfire, sporting the 2 roundels. The human brain loves symmetry, so your eyes are fixed on those 2 roundels, but where is it focusing? It's focusing here. There's your roundels. You're an attacking. That's my F-35. You're an attacking aircraft, and you want to attack the Spitfire. Those 2 roundels are actually assisting the enemy aircraft to aim here. It's already set a sight for you, so as it's going in and out, your eyes are fixed here. And what's in about here? Well, it's the pilot and the engine. So it's almost like setting sights on the aircraft as a target to shoot down, you know. So the US Army Air Force decided to omit this and save lives by just having the 1 roundel. Now the thing is, your eyes are now focused just over here on the wing. Well, it's better than getting shot here in the cockpit and your engine. Again, underneath, under the wing, just the 1 roundel. And this is the reason why they only had the 1 roundel. You know, going in and out of combat would be quite harder to lock onto. So the human brain loves symmetry, and the fact that you've got it over here, it's almost like sort of confusing the brain a little bit. But those split seconds, okay, the enemy will work out what the situation is here, but it kind of fools the brain and just wants to aim here. So it's kind of like, you know, like I said, a really primitive way of thinking, but it worked. You know, it worked, it saved lives. By the way, the size of this thing, it was in its own league. Look at it. 27 litre engine against a 46 litre engine on the jug. These are to scale. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Amazing. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So yeah, during the 15th of January 1941. How we doing, by the way? How we doing? How's all our fans? How's all our viewers? Hope we're all good. Still a little bit gusty, but we're doing our best to hang in there. Wow, it's yesterday was bad, but yeah, so that kind of intro to give you the structure of how things worked during the Second World War with the US Army Air Force is amazing. And like I said, with that sort of attack looming, I mean, let's face it, the US Army Air Corps did early activations, a total of 54. Now they were in preparation. They didn't just wait around and think, oh, we're in a war. Things were already going on. Let's think about it. January the 15th, 1941, the Second World War was already in its, second year. So, you know, it had already been going on for that long. They obviously knew that things were brewing up. So on the 15th of Jan 1941, the US Army Air Corps activated the 48th Bomb Group Light. Now you may see in brackets, especially when you go to Thorpe Abbott's, the H, or if you go to memorials, you'll see in brackets H. That stood for heavy. L was for light. There was also, I've seen a D for dive. I've not seen an M. There could have been an M, but I've not actually seen one physically. I haven't really come across. But the US Army Air Corps activated 54 in total, and it was called the First Aviation Objective, and it was to prepare them for World War II. The 55th, 56th and 57th Bombardment Squadrons Light were formed, along with a Reconnaissance Squadron number 9, who later changed their name to the 88th Bomb Squadron. And now you're probably not familiar with these numbers, but all will make sense very shortly. They were flying the B-18 Bolo, the 88th Bomb Squadron, but they formed at Hunter Field at Savannah in Georgia, and those squadrons were part of the 48th Bomb Group Light. Now on the 48th at that time were just they were a training unit. They needed to train the crew on the A-20, the A-18, which was a light twin-engine attack light bomber, and of course, like I mentioned, the 7th of December 1941, so a good 11 months after they activated, was the turning point. It was the attacks on Pearl Harbor, and the US Army Air Force wasn't the biggest air force at that time, and the devastations of Pearl Harbor, they lost so many aircraft as well during those attacks. February 1942, the mighty 8th arrived in England, and it was on the 15th of August 1943 that the 48th moved to Key Field with a new designation. Now, this is quite common. Squadrons come, squadrons go, they're renamed, they've got a new title. They were redesignated as the 48th Fighter Bomb Group. And when the group takes that title, just like today, the fighter wing, the squadrons take that title as squadrons. So the squadrons became fighter bomb squadrons. However, they changed the name. The 55th became the 492nd. The 56th became the 493rd. The 57th became the 494th. And the 88th Bomb Squadron became the 495th. They were training on aircraft such as the A-24, the A-31, the A-35 and A-36 training aircraft. Just 5 days later, they moved to William Northern Field, Tennessee, and they became operational. They were flying the P-39 and the Aerocobra and the P-40 Warhawk. And then there was a complete turning point. And as I've mentioned, someone that a bit of an icon for me was Ed Cottrell. In 1944, they changed to the P-47 Thunderbolt, the Jug, which I showed you just then. They were carrying out coastal patrol missions, and by the 21st of March 1944, by that time there was a reorganisation where fighter groups had 3 squadrons with them. So that meant the 495th, they moved to the 407th Fighter Bomb Group, moved to Texas, and literally, about 2 weeks later, that the 407th Fighter Bomb Group, they deactivated, and that was on the 1st of April 1944. So that meant our 495th, which are here today, they became inactive, and that was it. Squadrons come, squadrons go. So that was a bit of a sort of detached from the 48th there. So our 3 squadrons, though, they set sail to RAF Ibsley. The men set sail on the likes of the Queen Mary, the Ile de France as well. Those airmen went to RAF Ibsley in Hampshire, and then some made the journey elsewhere as well. I can't remember whereabouts it was. Was it Prestwick? And then they went down. And of course, the Echelons, the B-17, the actual aircraft, were designated to certain stations, and they eventually came to the UK. So, although they started out at Ibsley, things progressed with D-Day, which helped them progress and take control, gain ground in France, and then they could operate from France. So the 48th were part of the 9th Air Force, and for the 495th, by the way, they were inactive for a total 33 years. But we'll come back to them in a moment. On the 20th of April was their first sort of sweep, fighter sweep mission. And then they had another name change in May, on the 30th of May 1944. They were retitled to the 48th Fighter Group, and the bomber section dropped, which kind of indicates their role. So they became fighter squadrons. And with all the preparations and all those secret missions which I've been learning myself, such as Operation Glimmer, our RAF North Witham operation as well, with the secret squadrons that were going out there to do all the Eureka Beaker and the Eureka Rebecca radio frequencies that they were doing, the Operation Glimmer with the short Sterlings, the deception to drop the radar confusing chaff and window, as they called it. It was all happening. And on the 6th of the 6th, or Operation Overlord, D-Day happened, and the mighty 48th Fighter Group were in absolute victorious position, because they took part in 2,000 sorties of the 14,000 that were done from the Allies. And the 48th were part of the 70th Fighter Wing, and that wing was part of, like I said, the 9th Air Force. And if you don't know who the 9th Air Force are, they specialised in not escorting bombers, so they didn't have as many aerial victories. Their mission was to take on a more ground attack role and support the troops on the ground. And this innovated close air support.
and close air support.
Doesn't always mean that can stay down, because that's just going to end up. Yeah, I've had a bit of a tumble. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So close air support doesn't always mean bombing and using your guns. It can also mean a reconnaissance, because at the end of the day, ambushing with tanks can be absolutely lethal to your army. There was a story of Ed Cottrell with the First Army below. They were trapped behind a football stadium, a soccer stadium, and so they used the 48th squadrons to attack and destroy the German army on the ground, so that they can free up the army to progress. And this is what close air support is all about. And the 48th carried out many missions, but of course they dived, bombed and destroyed gun positions, strategic locations. They did carry out reconnaissance, as we said, destroyed bridges, railways, trucks, vehicles, everything with the P-47D Thunderbolt. They made about 15,000, I think, in total, didn't they? About half of those were Razorback like this. This is what you call a Razorback, and the others were a bubble canopy, giving the pilot almost like a 360-degree view. But close air support and the diving and strafing of this I mean, this could have a ceiling of 40,000 feet, which is amazing. The engine, 46 litres. The air intake, huge. And I was just mentioning the PT6 engine, very similar. The air went all the way back here, and for those that are shocked, yes, it did have a supercharger. I know, turbos, right? A supercharger and an intercooler, Impala. This was an amazing, amazing aircraft. Yeah, it's my favourite, but hey. Very similar role to the Hawker Typhoon, to take positions on the ground. It was a fantastic aircraft, it really was. And like I said in previous streams, for those that watch Fast and Furious, it did actually have an alcohol and water mixture, could give an extra 300 horsepower. I think it had about 30 gallons of this boost, and they could use it in an emergency. Okay, it wasn't the most maneuverable. Yeah, the Spitfire is a lot more, it can turn better, but this had the altitude, this had all the guns. This was like your A10, hence the A10 today is called the Thunderbolt 2. This is what it was all about. It was very good at doing the split S with the P-47. It was a fantastic aircraft, it really was. And obviously each aircraft has its role. Each aircraft has a particular role. So that's what the 48th were taken care of during D-Day, and of course they advanced into France. They were operating at Coningsby, and eventually were operating on a lot of people's favourite, a 10,000 foot runway. That was in Belgium at Saint Trond. They helped out our troops in Laon, and they kept going and going until France was reclaimed. Belgium, that they won so many, they got so many citations, it was unreal, and they really supported our troops on the ground. Not to take it away from other fighter groups, of course, because they did their part as well. But just to give you an idea, 8.5 aerial victories for the 493rd, 8 for the 494th, and 3 for the 492nd. Now, don't forget, their role was not to escort bombers. They weren't a Spitfire. They were there to destroy positions on the ground and support the troops on the ground. So that's, Ed Cottrell did 65 missions. Only one of them was an escorting mission. So 1945, another move into France for the 48th into Laon before they moved finally back to the US. There is an example of a P-47 with the 490, with F4, the 492nd Fighter Squadron markings at I think it's called Nelly, isn't it? Nelly at Duxford, the Imperial War Museum, Duxford. It's got the F4, which was the 492nd Fighter Squadron markings at that time. The colours were different then, by the way. So it was red for the Grim Reapers, the 493rd. It was blue for the Panthers, and red for the 492nd. So they became inactive once they went back to the US, because that was it. All finished. But 7 years later, on 10th of July 1952, they reactivated and moved back to France. Things were different. They were operating the F-84G Thunderjets, and they were under the and also to mention the 48th became a wing. They got wing status then, so they were a group and now they got wing, which is why when I was doing this as studying history, I couldn't find any records that the 48th Fighter Wing were actually involved in World War II, because they were a group, and that's why I couldn't find it. It's because they were the lineage. So it's kind of right and it's kind of wrong. The lineage, yes, they were there, but as a wing, they weren't. So that's probably where I got totally confused. And as a newbie, you can easily fall into that trap. So they became the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing. So the squadrons became the Fighter Bomb Squadrons. Still the three of them. The 495th still weren't activated yet, or didn't come back yet. October 1953, now we're all familiar with the Thunderbirds. There was another aerobatics team, which is no longer. It was the Sky Blazers, and it was flown by the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron with the F-84Gs. The Sky Blazers then converted to the F-86s, and eventually, when the Thunderbirds were activated, they had the ability to air-to-air refuel, which means they could do more air shows around the world. So it kind of, this was going to be sort of have an effect on our Sky Blazers, which they did eventually retire, or at least become inactive. But the 492nd were flying as the Sky Blazers for 3 years, and then it moved on to the 36th Fighter Wing, I believe. But that was it. 1962, the Thunderbirds, like I said, having the capabilities, that was kind of the end of the Sky Blazers then. 1954, here comes the wind. Probably going to lose a few things on the van with that. In 1954, this was something I mentioned at the beginning of the streams, and you're probably wondering, for those that missed it, why they're called the Statue of Liberty Wing. You know, is it because they're American? Well, yes, but there's a reason, because otherwise, you know, Mildenhall could be the Statue of Liberty Wing, but they're not. There's a reason, because at Chaumont Air Base, which is where they activated as a group, so they came back to France and activated as a wing in Chaumont. Now, the Chaumont-Samoutier region is about 20 miles from France, and it's not far from the workshop of Bartholdi. If you don't know who Bartholdi is, he designed and built the Statue of Liberty. So it was only fitting to name them the Statue of Liberty Wing. And that's why. So the mayor, in 1954, they did a ceremony. They sold this really fancy car to raise money to get a replica made of the Statue of Liberty, which is still there today. So if you're ever in Chaumont Air Base or on holiday in France, swing by. Go and see it. There is a replica here as well, by the way. 1956 saw a new change for the aircraft for the 48th. They transitioned to the F-100D Super Sabre, and in 1958 they had a name change. They became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, so the squadrons became Tactical Fighter Squadrons. Now, on the same year that the Beatles formed, in 1960, on the 15th of January 1960, the 48th moved here to RAF Lakenheath. Now, they weren't the first. We got aircraft taxiing. Cool. So Lakenheath came here. The 48th came here, and I'm really confused. There's an aircraft taxi in here, actually. How cool is it? I'll finish off the history. Mind you, you know what they say. When I talk history, aircraft start coming. Why not? So yeah, F-100s came here, but the base was actually a United States Air Force base from 1948, by the way. So for 12 years it had already been a US Air Force base. Before that, from 1940 to 1948, was Royal Air Force Base. For the United States Air Force that were here, we've seen the B-29s, B-50s and B-47s. They were operating the F-100Ds. Then in 1972, the year that the F-15A took for the skies for the first time, and the same year that the Godfather movie came out in 1972, the F-100s were replaced with the Phantoms. By 1977, another switch to the F-111 Aardvark. Also, coming back after 33 years, were the 495th. I know, how good is that? And they operated with 4 squadrons this time, right up until 1991. So from 1991 Lakenheath were involved in plenty of operations and missions. Look at this. These look like they're going to take off straight away. The 495th became inactive in 1992, saw these arrive here, the F-15E Strike Eagle. Wow, look at this. They look like they're ready to go. And in 2021, 15th of December, the 495th came back with the F-35A. 2022 saw the 493rd say goodbye to their F-15 C and Ds, and they were also operating the F-35A. Oh, there's more! Yep. Hit the like and subscribe for your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. departure. What's going on? Can hear something. Hear another one. Rack 'em up. I wonder if Dave's still got any burgers left after that.
They've not got any cheese.
Has he run out of cheese?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No, I'll just take plain Jane. You can see how windy it is. Look at this. Don't know what's going on. It's another set. There we go. Lots of departures going on here. Ray Liebenberg Imaging. Kia ora from Auckland, New Zealand. Great show, mate. Guards March. Thank you very much. Oi oi. Oh, we've got a small oi oi there. Gary D, who's been a member for 13 months. Happy Friday, everyone. Have a great weekend. And you too, have a great weekend as well. Hey. Wibbs, member for 11 months. Not long now till a year's membership. Thanks, Ted, Nikos, and everyone here. Amazing place to be. Guards March. Ali Leyland, can you please wish my grandson, Leighton, a very happy first birthday?
Happy birthday, Leighton!
Since moving up north, they still watch the channel as he loves Ted. Well, thank you very much. Good choice. Heather Holloway, who's here live and live. What a way to celebrate a blue badge. Oi, oi. All the TCS. Thank you, Ted, Nikos, and all the spanners for keeping the stream sweet and neat. And thank you as well for catching Ted's beret. Welcome to the BRT. That was a good catch. That would have been good on a camera if someone recorded that. That would have been brilliant. Dave Holloway, who's also here live and live. What a great day. Thanks everyone for the laughs.
Oi, oi.
And Margot, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March.
Oi, oi.
And Bucky Photography, member for 9 months. 9 months supporting this awesome channel. Oh yeah, thank you very much. And to the lorry driver. Oi, oi. Holbrook, how you doing? Free advert there. You know when you go to football matches, you get like, you know, the banners going past. Well, we got lorries here from probably from Waddington, I think, Ted. I know. Well, we can still hear Pratt & Whitney F100-229 spooling in the distance, but whether it's an engine run or we're going to get something from it, we shall see. Yes, how you doing, you two? You alright?
Mate, you?
Yeah, good man. Good. It is. There was Stuart Skates, legend. He got oi printed for his car.
Really?
Right? Yeah, which is great. Pretty good, true story, right? And then he realised you have to stick it on the inside of the window. But when he stuck it on, it spelled Eeyore. So that is like a little. If you ever see him, he does come here sometimes.
Yeah.
It's Eeyore.
Yeah. Eoi. Bless him.
Oh, legend. No, funny. That was funny, that was. Huh? No, it's more, you've got to add a bit of zest from the countryside. No, he's just a Reggie thing. Reggie just does what he wants to do. Reggie, let me go see what they're doing. Oh, I can transition them now into the new bag. Huh? He did what? Oh yes. He did. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. transition. Muzzles. The transition. Actually, speaking of the mighty 8th earlier, look at this. It's just awesome, isn't it? Brilliant. Oh, it's a bit windy, isn't it? Hey, what up? How you doing, y'all? How we all doing? My name's Casey from Milton Hall. How we doing? Thought I'd drop by, see what's going on. Hey, there's my man. Hey, we all right or no? How you doing? What's going on? My name's Casey. How you doing, y'all? All right, Casey there. We doing wrong, doing no? Yeah, I'm fine. Just been watching my boys and girls take off from Lakenheath as we produce those gas stations in the skies. I got what you need. Have you got any chucking there now? I got everything. What type of chucking do you need? Oh, I like it fried or no. I'm trying to do your accent there now. I like it fried or no. And yep, stick it on a barbecue. I like that on a stick. Oh, you want a propeller with that as well? Oh yeah, why not? Can you do chucking on a propeller? Yeah, it's got a chuckella. A chuckella there. No, I've not heard of that one. Why have I not been told about this on the memo there from KFC there now? Yeah, well, because I got what you need. A chuckella, that sounds really good there now. I can't wait for this there now. I can't wait. I'm buzzing. Well, why don't you come over to my place? We could have some chuckellas. Well, that sounds good there now. I'm up there now. Well, hang on, I told you where I live. That's a very good point there now. I live in the woods there now. I'm going to get some skewers. Calm down, calm down. Get back here, boy. Oh, all right there now. I need some chuckella. That's right. I got what you need. See ya. What about my chuckella there now? Chuckella. Available at KFC near you.
Not a milk or not.
Hey, right here, how you doing there now? Oh, what's going on here? I've not heard you speak before. This is a new one, isn't it, there now? Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, you can definitely tell it's Friday there now. Goodness me, is it a full moon or something? Help me, oi, wing safety. Dear, oh dear, I don't know what to say. Have you got a toothache or something there now? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, where's your bell? Actually, why do cows wear bells there now? Oh, that's right, because your horns don't work there now. Oh, what is it? Something I said? I'm going to need support here now. I'm going to need support. What's going on here? I forgot the support button. Kick, back, kick. Holding back the years. Oh, no, not you again. I'm not ready there. You've lost me. Oi, where's me chuckella? Where's me support? Forward, kick, back, kick, back, kick. Oh, g'day, mate. Oh, no. I've gone down under. Well, we don't go around upside down, mate. Dear, oh dear.
I think he's looking for you, Jim.
Red Ted, I got a mission for you, Ted Arrows. Over there. That's this guy. My name is Jens from Germany. How are you? I see it's a lovely day here in England. How are you? I hope you're all good. Yes, I don't know what was going on. I don't know what all the fuss was about, but guten Tag to all my friends. My name is Jens from Germany. I need order around here. I need order. You there? You there? You there with the camera? Who are you, paparazzi? Paparazzi. Make sure you get my good side. Dear, oh dear. Do you play football?
I do.
Ah, Bundesliga. Now let me tell you, Klinsmann brought the football here. He did. He taught me a few tricks. The Jürgen Klinsmann. Bundesliga. Someone pass me the football. Oh, tremendous. Oh, I broke my... No, I didn't break anything. Red card. Mate, you right? Has anyone lost this? Hello? Oh, we got the VR. What's that? VAR, innit? Can you see if he dived? I did not dive. I was just moving very quickly and the ground met me. Nah, mate, I think you dived. No, the ground came to see me. What is he on about? My name is Grand Crew Drew. How you doing? And I think the current bun's got to everyone. Goodness me, at least it's not pleasure and pain in right now, innit? What is this pleasure and pain? What do you mean? Well, rain. Rain? Why did you just say rain? I'm confused. Pleasure and pain? What is this? Well, you know what I mean. It's the current bun. Current bun? What is this? I don't understand the food in this country. I get fish, she gets battered. I order kebab, they stick a skewer through it. What is going on here? Well, we batter our chicken. That is disturbing. We batter our fish. That is disturbing. What is this place? Get me out of here. Jürgen! Dear, oh dear. I think something's happened here, mate. Is everyone all right? Everyone okay? Everyone put on sun cream? Because it seems to be not having an effect on everyone. My name's Grand Crew Drew. How we doing? How's all my F4 Phantom fans? I love the Phantom. My favourite aircraft. I've always wanted to fix it. When I seen it, my friends thought I was balmy because I wanted to fix it, not be a pilot. Hey, I hope you got a good video of me there, mate.
I have, thank you.
Oh, thanks, mate. Nice one. Well, listen, I want to wish everyone a really good weekend, whether you're watching it on the wobbly jelly or your dog and bone, or, well, modern times, your lamb chop. Don't forget to hit that like button with your longers and lingers.
Crocodile shoes.
Oh, that's my favourite song. Crocodile shoes. Da-na-na-na-na. Crocodile shoes. Crocodile shoes. Davey, wherever you are, mate, hope you're having a good holiday. See ya.
Oi, Davey!
On a boat without a captain. With the captain of the boat.
Yeah, slow down, Joanna. Slow down. Oh, hello. Yes, Wingy here for duty. Yes, I'm just, let me, yes. Yes, thank you. Ooh. Sounded a bit like Scooby-Doo. How are you? My name's Wingy. Forgot my name there. Old age, you know. Yeah, stop laughing. What was that? Oh, I can't remember. Never mind. Yes. Who's up for tennis? Anyone up for tennis? Well, I think you all are, because you're all making a racket. Yes. There you go. Oh, don't know if I can trust you. I don't think I can fall in love with a tennis player, because love means nothing to them. Yes. Who's got the tiffin? Yes. Oh dear. Scooby-Doo, off you go. Cheerio. That's a great way to transition everything. Oh my word. What do I do with these two? I think Easter's finished, mate. Rodders, how you doing? You alright? Rodders, do you make a sound? Hang on, he's got a little button in it, hang on. I don't think that's suitable for a family channel. That sounded absolutely scary. Let me take this away. Let me look into my eyes. Ah, Captain Weber, how are you doing? I'm okay. An evil wind is blowing from the east. We must depart. And the A-team have arrived. Goodbye. Wait, what? Who is this?
Yeah, but Mr. Ben.
Oh, well, I don't even know who this is. This is not even... What else have we got here? That's how I do my hair in the morning.
Genital.
Right.
Here we go.
That is lovely.
You missed out.
I missed out someone. Oh gosh, Jens.
In the wind.
Jens, yes. It was a great way to transition them into the new bag. The 8th Bear Force. Alright, let's check. That's what it's...
I don't need both.
That's more like it. Yeah, that's good, that. That's more like rather than a co-op bag, it looks good.
Okay, you made redundant now, so what's that?
Oh no, it's redundant. I'll sell it at the party.
Okay.
You know what they say, everything's for sale.
Everything is for sale. Oh, it's getting a bit warm, innit? Yeah. I'm roasted. Right, I'll have to...
He's got breathing.
Say hey!
I'll have a cup of tea.
More tea, bigger. Kano, we miss you.
Yeah, we're Charlie through, innit?
Yeah, man down.
Chicella. Chicella. Chuck 'em with propeller.
Steady. Steady.
Just stop.
How you doing, man? You alright, yeah? Hey.
Thank you very much.
Everyone's big.
Oh, you're right, mate. You okay? Yeah, no thanks, man. It's yeah, it's a bit of fun, and especially when these guys do a little meet up as well. It's quite fun. Adds to the buzz, having a laugh and enjoying planes and good for you, innit? Good for the soul.
Yeah. What's the chant?
Ted Coningsby.
No, chant.
What's the chant? Oi oi.
Oi!
This is how we greet each other instead of hello. Oi oi.
Oi oi.
Yeah. Or unless you're Stuart Skeggs, get it printed for his car and print it backwards for the window, it's spelled Eeyore, Eeyore. Stuart Skeggs, the legend. Thank you, mate.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome, mate. Enjoy.
Hope to see you again
Yeah,
soon.
you too. You too.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah. Take care, man.
Take care, man.
Really not bad.
There you go.
I'll be back. Definitely back.
What happened there, man?
Cat.
Cat.
The cat.
Yeah.
How big is it?
Exactly what I said.
Me and the cat fell out.
Yeah, I could. Someone lost. Yeah.
My belly did and all. Believe.
What's that, mate? Did you like that? Oh my god, is that his laughter coming through the street? Crikey. And the thing is, it echoes. It would go from there back to there, and it would go on infinity. What's the beat? So what is in that?
She's crying.
Essence of what? Laughter.
She's driving. What way are you going? I'm going the opposite way.
But you know what? It's good for you. It's good for you. Keep going. It's good for you. Don't anyway. Tell you this is very bad. It does. How's Jens doing? Is he alright? Did you know he's got a t-shirt underneath that? That girl told me that. He's actually got a little vest underneath.
Don't strip him off and put him on a wing.
Right, let's
I don't know what's going on there.
see if that's it. Any t-shirts on earlier? Yeah, sometimes they leave them on. Yeah, you have to check it in 2 minutes. Reality. Nah, no worries. All good. Right, let's get back to the show. See what we got on. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Managed to get the history in for the 48th. So many went out 7 and 7, so I wonder if there's going to be another lot. It was 7, wasn't it? Yeah.
Because they can.
Yeah, I got that. On the first wave, second. Yes, hi.
Because they're literally obsessed. with
Okay, no
anything
worries,
else.
no worries.
They're going to be pilots, apparently.
Oh yeah, well good.
Well, you've just arrived and we literally missed the jets going by about 5 seconds, so they're very annoyed with me.
Ah.
But do you know if they're going to be back anytime soon? I just
I'm gonna
wondered
give it
if
until
you're
12:30
right.
and then go from there. I think.
Do they normally come back in quite?
Out for hours. They could have gone somewhere like freaking base for the day or
It's so frustrating because we couldn't get past. We were like there, so we ended up swooping around, and as we swooped around,
yeah.
just like, oh. So hey ho.
Yeah, it's just one of those waiting games now. The runway is still open, so we are checking it ourselves.
Oh, okay. So you,
Yeah.
do you think any other ones might go then?
Literally don't know. Just literally stick.
You just come and spend hours waiting.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yeah.
His younger sister just went, I don't know what all the fuss is about, it's just a bit of metal floating in the sky. She wasn't impressed.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Yeah, but thank you. I just
No
wondered
worries.
if you had
Yeah,
any
no
intel.
problem at all. No worries. Oh yeah, you gotta have coffee. Yeah, runway's still open, which is going to be some what that was, but on my eye. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So we're just in the same position as everyone else. We're just waiting for movement. Right, well, I could do a little Q&A with all of you. So we could get Pocket Mildenhall out, I suppose. Could get Pocket Mildenhall out. So get Pocket Mildenhall out. Let's get Pocket Mildenhall out. I'm going to get Pocket Mildenhall out. Right, first, to get Pocket Mildenhall, you need a compass. Get a couple of aircraft ready for departure.
Might be part of this wind.
Yeah, they might. Ah, we've lost the wheel.
That's the one I give you the other week.
Hey, well, I'll take the wheels off. There you go.
There you go. It's on an emergency landing. Lost its
Yeah,
wheels.
right. Pocket Millwall time. Here we go. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hopefully I can do this from here. One of the questions that I do see quite a lot is what runway is in use? Am I at the wrong runway? How do you know what runway is in use? I'm going tomorrow. Do you know what way they're taking off from? So aircraft have been designed, as we know, to take off into the wind. So headwind, basically. They've been designed for greater lift. There's our Typhoon. So as the wind is heading towards the aircraft, because of the design of the airfoil, as we said, a flat airfoil on the top and a curved creates pressure and pushes the aircraft up, and of course it all helps with the angle of attack to get greater lift. Now when I first started this, I thought surely air from the back will give it a good push. Incorrect, because if you're going to land as well, that's going to be harder to land. But if you get a strong enough wind to push, that's even more effective. It's more economical. So aircraft have actually been designed to take off into the wind. So you know, in the mornings you can then kind of, or the night before, you can work out what runway is actually in use. Now okay, the runways, the wind's not going to go exactly down that runway, but give or take it's aligned so that you kind of get an idea if it's blowing from the west or from the east. Predominantly, you can kind of get an idea of what runway's in use. So this leads the question. That's fine, that's all very well said and done. So there's our pocket Mildenhall there, look. There's runway 10. And we just had a... You've not been cleared to cross the runway. So there's our runway 28 here. And there's our runway 10. Right, so what do the runway numbers mean? Okay, so we've established wind needs to blow towards the aircraft, okay? So when you know this, you then know that when the wind is blowing from the west, they will use runways 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, etc. When the wind's blowing from the east, they'll be using runway 04, 05, all the way up to 10 perhaps, because of course wind doesn't go exactly down the runway, right? So what do the runway numbers mean? Okay, so I went down there and got the compass. They are actually, I'm going to try and do this with one hand, they are actually directions of travel. Okay, now it's not going to work from my position here, but when I was down there it had something like 279 degrees that way. Okay, it's actually a bearing, a level heading. And when I went over here, you may have heard me, I had 97 degrees here. Okay, but why is it 10 and why is it 28? That doesn't make sense. Well, the bearing was 276 degrees, right? All you got to do is round it off to the nearest 10, which is 280. You round it off up to the nearest 10, okay? So 280, okay? So over here I got 97, so it was 100. But why isn't it called runway 276 and why is it not called runway 97? You see, that's when it starts to get complicated, and it sounds to a pilot a level heading. So for example, speed 12, turn left heading 276 degrees. So they've cut that out. So what they've done, you round it off to the nearest 10, which is 280, and take off the last digit, leaving you 28. On this one, I had 97 degrees. Round it off to the nearest 10 is 100. Take off the last digit, leaving you 10. So if you did, so basically it is a direction of travel. So if we were fortunate enough to be on our F-15, our level heading here would be something like 231 degrees. Okay, round it off to the nearest 10, 230, take off the last digit, 23. If you went to the other side, you would have got a bearing of 51 degrees, round it off to the nearest 10 is 50, take off the last digit, leaving you 5, or runway 05. Now you'll notice there's always a difference of 18, and that's because you've turned 180 degrees. There you go, runway numbers explained, and why and which runway number is in use. There you go. Pocket milled and all, thank you very much. Oh wow.
Jenny clear to cross the runway.
Not yet, I've got to, because on the manual of the US Air Force here at 48, aircraft have priority. It's true. Let me move pocket milled and all. All right, let's yeah, you've been cleared. You can cross the runway. There you go. That's pocket milled and all. I'm happy lights are still on. Hello. Why? You've reminded me of something. Actually, so thank you for asking that. Why do runway numbers change? Well, I only know one. Yeah, it would kind of be.
It looked like a timber man.
I could have movable runway numbers. Then it could be a pocket something else. So that just reminded me. So if we look at our compass, it's pointing to magnetic north. So thank you for reminding me. So why do runway numbers change? Well, because magnetic north is changing. Actually, what I can do is show you this through interference with my mobile phone. Usually it works. Yeah, so it's interfering with it, look. Well, usually it does anyway. When you... Yeah, there you go, you can move it along. So basically, as we speak now, due to the electromagnetic fields around the world, magnetic north is constantly changing. So it's just moved a little bit because of the mobile phone that I had there. So we said something like 97 degrees. If it went more east, magnetic north, which is changing all the time, if it went to 94 degrees, then we would need to change our runway number to 09, because that's closest to rounding it off to 10, which is why runway numbers change every so often. In fact, when you buy maps as well, you always you might wonder, if you're not familiar with it, why have they brought out a new edition? Has this piece of stone or tree moved? No, it's because magnetic north changes, and it actually gives you how much how many degrees have changed on magnetic north, because the blue lines, we can call them north lines if you like, there's other names for it, but we can call them true north or geographic north. See, true north isn't actually true, right? It's just a guidance, but it's moved since then. It was north at that time, okay? So magnetic north changes, which is why if it goes more east or west to a point where when you round it off to the nearest 10, this is why you get... Why is it over there? Is that Mara? So there you go, it's called magnetic declination, which is why every so often you will need to scrub the runway and repaint it. A very good point. If you've got two runways parallel to each other, so here and here, okay, we'll call them 2-3, and both 2-3, it'll be 2-3 left and 2-3 right, and on the other side will be 0-5 left and 0-5 right. If you've got three runways parallel, it will be 2-3 left, 2-3 center, 2-3 right, and then obviously the reverse on the other side. If you've got four runways, I think LA has 4 runways, you kind of have to cheat a little bit and have 2-3 left and right and 2-4 left and right. Now, the more north you are in the in the hemisphere, the worse it is. So countries like Canada, where magnetic north is really makes a massive difference, they've actually referred to just using true north rather than using magnetic north, because magnetic north is constantly changing. I hope you got that anyway so far. So now you know that directions of travel. So you know that, you know, if the wind's blowing from the west, you know it's most likely going to be runways 23, 24, 25 or 28. When it's blowing from the east, which in this country it's always cold, the wind from the east, then you know they could be using 04, 05, 07, 08 up to 10. Like I said, wind doesn't exactly blow straight down the runway. Now when it becomes crosswind, that's when it becomes a little bit more challenging, and they can change runway throughout the day. If the wind blows completely the other way, then you know that they could potentially use a different runway. Windsock there for guidance for the pilot. Now some airfields such as civilian, they will be marked and striped with red and white, each one separated by a ring. Each one basically is 5 knots, so if it goes up to the second ring it's 10 knots, the third ring is 15 knots, and if the pilot sees that it's full out then it's 25 knots, that kind of thing. It's a guidance for a pilot to get an idea of any crosswinds or just what the current situation is of the wind. Point Charlie it is. Slow approach, here we go. Aero braking at its finest. Turning the undercarriage into a massive parachute, shall we say, creating a lot of drag. Just taking off the stresses of the front, the nose landing gear and the braking systems as well. Or you can just call it a wheelie, but officially it's the aerodynamic braking. Brent Mosley, oi oi to you, watching from 15 Wing, what up? Right, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of chai.
Yes, mate, that's still there. You want some more? You got the email?
Yeah.
We've got to do the nothing before the one.
It was good, wasn't it? I haven't had one of them for a while.
Get the ball.
It wobbled as well.
Good. Glad you had a good one though there.
Yeah, it was good. He's out in Turkey.
Oh, is he?
First,
right.
first ever lads holiday. I flew out on Wednesday.
Oh,
7
nice.
o'clock.
Oh, bless. Nice one.
Is there not a second Spencer?
Oh, it did.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
He's got a few subscribers now.
Oh, what's he got? Oh, yes.
Orange. So I'm addicted to it now.
Oh, hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're well. We're just keeping track of the ATIS, which is updated every hour, or if there's been a significant change, it is updated using a particular alphabetical system as well, so pilots know they've got the correct ATIS. That's automated or automated terminal information service, where a pilot can tune in to find out the latest and greatest news on which runway's in use, condition of the runway, if it's wet, whether there's gusts of wind, any particular taxiways that are closed, just literally any information such as the wind speed, the altimeter, all that kind of information that a pilot needs. So for example, if the pilot's coming into land and it was 12 o'clock, it was information Bravo, let's say, just going to use that for example, and it was runway 23. If a pilot was coming into land and they heard on ATIS information Bravo at 3 minutes past 1, for example, and the wind changed to a point where they changed runway, so the next one will be information Charlie, then Delta, and Echo, for example. So at 3 minutes past 1, obviously it would have changed, and just say for argument's sake that information Charlie, the runway changed to 05, but the pilot heard it just before the change. When they're coming in, the pilot will go point Charlie on information Bravo, but then Tower can say we are now information Charlie, which is now runway 05. Do you see what I mean? So if a pilot checked it out at I don't know, 3 minutes past 2, or whichever it's updated at. So it's updated every hour basically, or if there's been a significant change. So the pilot may have tuned in at 3 minutes past 1, it was on information Charlie, but then the wind changed back to 23 at literally a minute later, it'll be information Delta. So the pilot knows exactly they've got the right one. All right, so Tower could say no, we're information Delta, and if the pilot said Charlie, then they are they've got the wrong one. Or for example, if they said information Foxtrot but it's now Golf, So it goes up phonetically, but alphabetically. Hope that makes sense. Every airport has one, whether civilian or military. Dougie Penman, thank you very much for your 21-month membership as well. What a way to spend a Friday morning with the best aviation channel. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Mark Moody as well. You do make me feel so much better. Love the crack with the Teds. Hilarious. Everyone wondering why I'm laughing here at work. Hello, Hal. Thanks very much for that, Mark. Guards March. And Beth Dunbirch, thank you. Needed the laughs today. Oh, well, you certainly got it. And thanks for your 4-month membership as well. Stuart Skeggs, how you doing, man? Hope you're good, and hope you're all good with the bringing up your little incident with the stickers, because I do find that funny. Our little personal joke there, the Eeyore, that's hilarious. 555 Triple Nick, hope you had a good holiday. Welcome back. Argan, how you doing? Margot, Darren Harwood, Alan Gates, hope we're all good. Michelle Rassico, how you doing? Hope you're good. Michelle Brassico wearing the Ted hoodie today. Nice one. So am I, actually. I am regretting it right now because it's got a bit of warmth to it now. You're welcome, Mark. He's put thanks to the Guards March boss. You're welcome. It nearly did. The F-35 nearly took off. Oh yeah, I was just going to check ATIS quickly. Let's have a little look at the old ATIS.
That's the first of the titles.
Okay, mate. Let me just pop this in.
That's a fair old sled.
You off now, yeah?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to make a shoot.
Okay, mate. Nice one. Good to see you.
And you, as always.
Yeah, good to see you. Well done. Thank you for catching the beret. That was cool.
I was going to say it's going to be a...
Yeah, it's funny. Wow, it's great. I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good. No, nice one. Hope you had a good time. I know you did. I was like, wow. Because I thought conference started quite early. Did you stay nearby?
So I was just further up. Why did you stay up on the coast?
Yeah. We're about to shoot off anyway, Julie. I'm all right, darling. Thank you. No, I'm all good. No, that's all right.
I normally do.
You're all right. It's all good.
I'm upset that
When it exploded and blew up on here. That was a funny day. That was a funny one.
Just off the coast of Tanzania. Ollie's not Ollie's not actually down, he's terrorists get kicked into September we go in Zanzibar. It's a fair old shit, we're flying Emirates to Dubai, whereas we're flying Dubai down to Zanzibar. It's a fair old trip. Good.
Hey man, how you doing? All right?
Not bad.
Good.
I'm all the way up from Kent today.
All right, cool. You enjoyed it?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I come here a lot, I do.
All right, okay.
Come here since I was a kid. Aviation family.
Nice.
I'll follow your YouTube channel.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I did comment on there not long ago when that one was flying around, asking if you were sure about the F-15 to go back home.
Well, it's not been approved.
It's not been approved.
No. No. It's a proposed plan for a fiscal year 26, but it's not been approved. It could mean anything, but every aircraft has a lifespan anyway. Every squadron's disband.
Yeah, because there's 2 squadrons in
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you should only be worried if you are an airman. Yeah, we're just here to enjoy. Yeah. It's one way of looking at it. We're lucky just to be able to.
Here to enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, since being a kid, F-15s, it kick-started my love for aviation.
Nice.
So I remember Brandon Country Park, one come right over the top of the train.
Yeah.
So I never saw one, and that was it. I was in love. And I've been in love with aviation ever since.
No, that's all right. That's good.
Thanks to the family, Nan, my granddad.
Yeah, for bringing you here. That's nice. That's good.
My mum said to say she's a huge fan of you.
Oh, nice one. That's cool. No worries.
Yeah, we're just over there.
All right. Okay. Cool.
As soon as it can't,
Why is it so busy?
Ted's in.
Is it all for Ted?
You never know. Well, yeah, these all made a Ted Coningsby meet-up. We've got the kit on. Yeah, so pretty cool.
Right, I'll have a look into it.
You have a good one, man.
Take care, mate.
See you later. How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. What we'll do a little Q&A just for the next 10. What do you reckon? Quick Q&A? What do you reckon? Let's do a quick Q&A with myself and Ted. If you got any questions regarding myself and Ted, anything about aircraft, see ya! Oi, oi! If you got any questions regarding how aircraft work and little bits like that, I'll be happy to try my best to answer them if you got there. I did spot a question regarding if I'm going to do a tour of US bases. That's pretty cool. We are, well, myself and Ted are looking into it, but for now, not yet. But it's something I have thought about, at least going abroad. So we may do that in the next foreseeable future. So that's quite. I did spot it, and I'm really sorry who that was. I didn't quite catch the name. Oh yeah, here we go, Chris Westbrook. I did find it in the end. So Chris, that's a great question. If you got any, we'll do a quick Q&A for 10 minutes and see if you've got any, and if it could be about the history of the base, history of the 48th. I'll do my best to answer it. Or if you've got a question for Ted, feel free. Anything about the anything about Ted, anything like that. Let's have a look. Office, yep. Office mackerel. What got you into aviation, especially military? As many of you may know, that I was born in Weston-super-Mare, home of the Western Air Festival, and that was kind of kick-started it. You know, we were my family had a bed and breakfast, and along the main stretch, Locking Road, yeah, it was really cool to just literally go down to the beach and just watch the Western Air Festival. Lovely air show, and my fondest memories are Red Arrows and the Vulcan going over the pier, which was unbelievable. So that kind of got me started and hooked to become a Tornado pilot. Obviously it didn't happen because of my eyesight at the time. Things had changed though this day and age, but that was the sort of passion at the time, but eyesight let me down, so being a pilot wasn't going to happen in that time period. But then when we moved to Dorset, Portland, we found we came across the Lynx helicopter and the Sea Harrier. But the thing is, when we moved to Brighton, wasn't really a lot going on there, military bases, so it kind of faded away after that. And of course, with the prospects of not being a pilot, it kind of faded away. But I got stuck into doing artwork and photography anyway, so that kind of helped in that respect. So that was kind of cool. And then yeah, and then I had to wait till 2021 when this guy came along, and that was it. So that's quite a long, you know, time period to get back into it. So Ted came along. It was just happened by accident. Like I said, just stopped off at Coningsby to do a little video of the Typhoon landing with Ted, and the pilot contacted me after I filmed Ted watching a practice display, and then Ted got a flight in Blackjack, the maiden flight as well. So it was amazing how that, you know, chain of events happened like that. So it was pretty cool. Margot, what display is Ted Coningsby looking forward to the air show season? Well, Ted's clearly looking forward to watching Reheat, of course, standard. That's what he's excited about. So yeah, that's yeah. If I mention anything else, Ted will probably put me on a charge. So it is, of course, our very own 2025 Typhoon display pilot, squadron leader, Nathan Schroyer, call sign Reheat 1. So yeah. Good question there, Margot. That was really good. Let's have a look there now. Let's have a look if you've got any questions. Personal ones, I won't answer, I'm afraid. And again, anyone asking about departures and things like that, this is military aviation. This is a universal answer. When it comes to military, whether it's a base or place, nothing is publicised. It is military activity, so you turn up and hope for the best. There are no publicised times. Of course, that is the right way because, you know, for security reasons, it is not publicised. So departure details are not permitted on the channel. It's classified. There we go. So there you go. So if you turn up to Macloop, Whole Beach Air Weapons Range, turn up here, you know, every day is different. It could be busy here on one Friday and not busy the other. You just have to take the rough with the smooth. These are Oakley, by the way. These are Oakley sunglasses. Well, actually, they're transition, they change. But they're polarized. And then do you know what? I was learning about polarized sunglasses as well. They're a right pain. Pilots can't wear polarized lenses because you can't see the screens. But saying that, I won't go into too much detail, but I only touched on a little bit of it. I think there's a vertical or horizontal polarizers. Do you know anything about polarizers? Pilots can't wear them. Yeah, it will disappear. I've tried it on my laptop. Like, you can't see it. It's like, oh dear. So they don't. Yeah, there's two types of polarizer. I think there's a horizontal one, but only only went into it just a little bit. So yeah, and so on, so that no one can get ill from the same meal. By the way, true fact. I like that one. That was a good fact. Did you know? You knew that, didn't you? That was cool. I loved that. I love little things like that.
And also, when one loses flight, everyone's got to go and off.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay. Let's have a look. What else we got there now? I'm just going to go and check ATIS quickly. One sec. Operation Oscar.
I was saying the 747 one out.
Oh yeah, where are you going?
Anchorage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna fly to Seattle, do a tour around the Boeing factory, and we're gonna jump on a flight to Anchorage, spend a couple of days, 2-3 nights up there. Do the 747 heavy, so we fly Anchorage, but then Elmdorf is 20 minutes away.
Is it?
So in Elmdorf we've got 22s, we've got 22s, Black Hawks, C-17s, C-130s, and the Hurons, which are the Beechcraft, like the same.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're looking at next May, next year, next May we're doing it. Yeah, just getting nice and early. Oh, Mark said, Paul said he was here last night, didn't he? 2 minutes. It's the first I've been there. All the time. Somebody always said we were going to go down with a wind check.
Where did you go? Down?
The first I've been down there and watched it flipping around. Because every time you see it in the wind directed change, or the weather was so cold, yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was different. Different challenge.
Yeah.
Good. A bit harsh. You just can't come really in the field looking at the things. But then, if that field was the other side of the listener, you'd be laughing because the sun would be there and they'd be coming up the window. But it was no, it was still really good. Just nice being there and listening to the song.
MOT in service, yeah, get it done, ready for the next year.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, ours will be done in June. I had 2 new front tyres put on that a little while ago. React soon, mate.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, looking forward to that. Can't wait. It's always a good laugh.
No, I think pretty serious.
I must have dropped it in here when I got the tea, I reckon. Yeah, looking forward to Brian. That should be good laugh. It's always a good crack, isn't it?
What was announced yesterday? I think the check. Yeah, I'm not done Cosford. The check gripping was announced yesterday.
see the grass? Just,
water.
oh man, that was one challenge and a half. That was hard.
That was impressive flying.
Yeah. Impressive. Definitely.
A couple of different moves this year.
Yeah, very happy with that.
They gone back, they did a different break at the end, don't they?
Oh, I love that break.
I'm sure they did that years ago. When
They did.
peel
They
off
haven't done that for a while.
Have you seen the Thunderbirds documentary on Netflix? I thought that was better than the Blue Angels. I thought it was gritty because I think they looked at their weaknesses as well. Whereas the Blue Angels one was with the Blue Angels. The Thunderbirds, I mean, they talked extensive about accidents.
Yeah, they did.
I thought it was a really
They did a really good job on it.
the boss bloke, you'd fly for that kind of, it was amazing.
No, centimetres.
18 inches.
Was it?
No, inches.
Is it not centimetres?
18 centimetres.
Hello?
I suppose, yeah. It could be centimetres.
Either way, even if it was 18 inches, that's ridiculous.
What's mad is that when the boss was talking about we're doing the full diamond 4, so he's in the lead, they bring them in and say the crowd lines.
Oh, that
and
one.
He said, I'm setting them up.
Yes.
He said, it's only when that slides in, he creates something.
Yeah. That was that.
So you said to the guy, no pressure.
I was screaming at the TV, going, "Why do it? We're happy.
You're actually setting up a vector or an angle. Do not get that lift. And that's where that accident years ago, where all four of the diamond.
Yeah, because if one goes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's just.
But that high bomb burst they built.
Yeah, I was thinking, you don't need to go that crazy with it, but obviously they do. But that's what makes them.
It was interesting at the end when it said that the 2023 team performed the closest formations earlier than anybody else in the history. So there must have been a good. And the girl, Fweep, remember the female?
Yes.
She was a Panther pilot here.
Was she?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, she was on the Panthers.
That's amazing. It was very well done.
Yeah. Very
well done. We were just speaking about the Thunderbirds on Netflix. If anyone's seen the documentary that they made on Netflix, has anyone seen it? It's really, really good. Totally recommend that to watch if you've not seen it. So the airfield is currently still open. So if you haven't got a radio, you can always look at the PAPI lights, give you an idea. But like I've said in a lot of experiences, you know, there could be one cargo aircraft arriving. This is just an example. It could be arriving at 4 o'clock, for example, and it could be just staying open for that. So the operations here could be finished for the day. But the incoming aircraft, it could be open for that. So you just don't know. You just gotta wait as long as you can, as long as you want. But until the aerodrome's closed, then I'll know for sure. Chris Westbrook loved it, watched it yesterday. It was very well done, wasn't it? Perez, Matman Bush, how you doing? Very good show and totally different to how the Red Arrows go about training. Sue W also watched it, very good. But yeah, it was really, really good. And if you like your history and love our content with the history side of things, don't forget you can check out Lost Airfields, something that we cover on the show, remembering our past airfields that once were. And one of the lost airfields that I covered at Steeple Morden has a link to here as well. If you haven't done so, just if you go on our channel and click playlist and go to Lost Airfields, where recently I bought a drone where I do the drone footage, so you can have a really good look at the airfield that once was. So I do cover historic content like that, so if it's something that you'd like to have a look at, do check out Lost Airfields. And one of the Lost Airfields episode, I covered a base, a United States Army Air Force station at Steeple Marden, that was it. Always gets me, that one. And there was a story about one of the airmen that were there, and this particular man was born in Dallas in 1923 from Texas, and his name was Henry William Brown. And this is in regards to Steeple Morden. And Henry had his sights on becoming a pilot and joined the United States Army Corps. And he joined the reserves at just 18 years old and graduated as a flight officer in March 1943. Now, in November 1943, Brown was allocated to the 354 Fighter Squadron of the 355th Fighter Group at Steeple Morden here in the UK. Now, while flying the P-47, he scored his first 4 ground kills before transitioning to the P-51B and the P-51D Mustang, and they were named the Hunter Texas, and it had his markings, or at least the markings that he flown was WR Whiskey Romeo for his squadron, and Zulu was or Zebra, Zebra was his flight call sign on his aircraft. He was the highest scoring ace of the 355th Fighter Group, and on the 8th of March 1944, Brown was on an escort mission to Berlin and engaged in aerial combat, destroying 3 Ju-88s and a shared Bf-110, and he strafed the airfield at Hosope and was earning records for the 8th Air Force. Now, during a mission, Brown spotted a formation of Bf-109s which were directly heading for 2 of his fellow P-51s. He was completely low on ammo, but do you know what Brown did? He just thought he'd engage them anyway and tried to split them up from attacking his fellow P-51s. He became the Mighty Apes' second most decorated pilot in April 1944. He was absolutely amazing, and one of the things I wanted to mention is that Henry Brown was actually here as a colonel. He was the commander of Lakenheath in 1969, which is amazing. And he set loads of records, and I've just trying to get you his total score at the moment, which I, off the top of my head, he was awarded the US Air Force Command Pilot Badge, Distinguished Service Cross, Legion of Merit, Distinguished Flying Cross. He had so many, and I'm just trying to find his total aerial victories in World War II. I'm just trying to find them for you. It was something like 14.2 or something. Oh, here you go. He remained a top ace for the 355th Fighter Group and scorer. His final score was 14.2 destroyed, 3 damaged in the air, and 14.5 destroyed and 10 damaged on the ground. Amazing. In the Cold War era as well, he took part flying. In fact, he even was involved in the project F-111 Aardvark as well during that Cold War period, and was here as a commander. How amazing. That was in 1969. That was fascinating to link our Lost Airfields with here. Really, really good. But yeah, his awards and citations, that was just a smidgen. The Steeple Morden, they were known, the 355th were known as the Steeple Morden Strafers. They destroyed so many aircraft on the ground. They earned themselves that reputation. Write down what you need, I'll see if I can get them done. Okay. Just write down what you need.
Yeah, I can do it now.
Okay.
And they're all the same size.
Which is it based on?
So it's the dark, the navy, top tip.
Yes.
And it's going to have basically
okay.
Reggie right, and then goes up to
I'll see if I can do it.
whatever it costs, I don't mind.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
I will write
yeah, each one, and then I'll see what I can do for you. Okay, no worries.
Well, yeah. Yeah. But sometimes they're sometimes
Okay, we're willing to calm down a bit. Let's do a bit of radar for a second. Do one last shot on radar cross section before we finish up, I think. It's all about the RCS.
Size of a golf ball.
Bumblebee on the B2.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
1 centimetre.
Yeah, is it the 22s? It's a golf ball. Ollie knows, right?
Yeah, 5 centimetres. That's about a golf ball, isn't it? Oh no, 2 centimetres. Just a little bit more radar cross section. What do I need? Oh yes. We need to talk about the boundary layer. I love doing the boundary layer experiment.
Mine's paperwork this time.
Huh?
Mine's your paperwork this time.
Oh yeah, I think, yeah.
Soaked it
Yeah,
last
I know, I
time.
did. Boundary layer properly as well. Wow. It's still open.
Just tracking that route, see where it's going.
Oh yes, yeah, because it could be that.
Oh, you're Nikos?
Hi, oi, how you doing? All right. You okay?
There's much more.
I don't know.
I'm thinking, shall we go down to Milton or
Well, that's been
Can't complain though, it's been a bloody busy morning.
I took my bird. I was wondering whether it was for the unless they're going to have the arm, scratch the back of the arm.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Thought I'll have a quick chat about radar cross section as well while we're here. The concept of stealth aircraft. Okay. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Just a quick one about radar. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've got one more aircraft to bring up actually before I finish up for the day.
Right.
Hiya.
Is it just waiting for the concept to come back now?
No idea, buddy. No idea. Sorry, I didn't know. We're just hoping for anything. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Let me show you. So, have you ever wondered how stealth aircraft work? Why they're very different designs? Here's our B2 Stealth. Now, you've got to understand that stealth aircraft does not mean completely invisible, even though it does seem to be that way. But the concept of actually trying to design an aircraft with low radar visibility even dates back to World War I. Now, I don't have an example of it, but there were clear signs that World War I, Germany were trying to develop biplanes with a very special material, a transparent type of wrap. But they found that the transparency of the wrap actually created too much glare, and it was actually making it more visible. So that didn't quite work out, indeed. But designs of stealth aircraft with all these features, and you know, we've only got to look at the Horton 229 as well, makes you think, did they build this to make it stealth? One thing is for certain is the fact that this aircraft, had it gone operational, things would have been a little bit different, because the speed of these things was proposed at 620 miles per hour. So we have a look at our F-35 as well. Here's another stealth example. What can we see that's different apart from blue tack on my F-35? How does stealth work? Well, my voice at the moment is in radio waves or frequencies, and it's been transmitted right now. If I was to shout down into a cave or into a well, my voice will take some time to echo and bounce back to me. If you do the same in a canyon, if you're fortunate enough to be there, once you start using your voice will transmit back. That's how radio waves work. That's how radar works. Radar works in the same manner. It's sending out a radio wave out and waiting for it to come back. The quicker it comes back, I guess, the closer the actual subject is. How does radar work then? How does it bounce back, and how doesn't it not bounce back? Well, you have to do quite a few things. First of all, the design and technology of aircraft can really affect what's called radar cross-section. That is the main purpose of stealth aircraft. It's called RCS, radar cross-section. And there's a few things that you can do to give back a less radar cross-section. The Typhoon is quite impressive. It does have quite a low radar cross-section as well. But unlike the stealth aircraft F-35B, producing back about the size of a small bird, or 5 centimetre cubed, then that's pretty impressive. I think the Typhoon is about 25 centimetres, I think, off the top of my head. Or is it 50 centimetres? Is it half a metre? I think it might be half a metre or thereabouts. But that's still quite impressive as a radar cross-section. That's really impressive. But what can you do to help? I mean, aircraft are actually moving at certain speeds, but that's called the Doppler effect. It's a bit like speed cameras of all things, dare I ask. They send out radio waves and wait for it to come back. That determines the speed of the vehicle. So in this case, how can you make an aircraft kind of like show up on the radar about the size of a bumblebee? Why a bumblebee? Well, the thing is, no one's really looking for that on an enemy radar. Let's talk about RAM, which is radar absorbing material. The F-35 and in fact, even the SR-71 was impressive in its radar cross-section as well. So look at the designs. I mean, look at the B2, doesn't even have a stabilizer. Look at the F-35, stabilizers tilted, molded around. There's all these features. There's all this different tape work that you can see sometimes. Yes, that's right, it's tape. Let's talk about RAM, radar absorbing paint or radar absorbing material. Now, imagine my voice hitting this aircraft here. There's a few things you've got to take note at, okay? If you can absorb the actual frequency, job done. The way it works, it's got, I think it's a type of iron inside it, these iron particles in the paint. And what it does, it heats them up and absorbs them, giving back a less radar frequency. If you've got your engines on the top, well, you've done well. Radar is always going from bottom to top. So underneath, you ain't got no engines, no intakes. So having your intakes on the sides or on the top of your aircraft, a bit like our Horton, then you've done quite well because you've got a lower radar cross section. Now, if I show you this little diagram here, this might make a little bit more sense. The less flat surface you've got, the better. So the stealth aircraft has to have very little flat surfaces. The less flat surfaces, the better. Look at our flat surface here, radar going in, coming back to the... This is why you have all these serrations all over a stealth aircraft. If I take our B2 here, look at all these. This bounces back the signal all over the place, should it get back. All these things are tape. There's a special tape that has been used to absorb or just fragment that radar signature away, the RCS. Even back here, brilliant. Which is why the smaller your aircraft, the better. I think it's Boeing 747 is something like 100 meters squared for a radar cross section. That's a lot of area to come back, so they're not very, they've got a high RCS. The lower RCS, the better. This is one of the best ones I've seen, is 1 centimeter squared. That's about the size of a bumblebee. Amazing. So all these little details actually add to a low radar cross section. Stabilizers can be a pain because stabilizers can actually be a problem. if there's your elevator, anything like a 90-degree angle is a no. Radar bouncing on the tail, on the elevator, and back, or the other way round. The other thing you got to take note is the nose. Look at our Typhoon. Some people say that, you know, a nose is brilliant for a low radar cross section because it's round, it will go everywhere, right? Wrong. If it will just hit and go all the way round again and back, which is why our F-35, for example, and most stealth fighters can't do that. There's a ridge, and this is why there's a ridge from the nose all the way to the intake. Okay, so this is brilliant, which is why you have a look at the F-22, you have a look at the Ju-20, whichever, you know, the Su-57, they all have this, and it follows it all the way to the intakes. Intakes for a low radar cross section have to be on the sides, not underneath. If you are underneath, you're going to have to come up with a different design called the S-duct. But what about the boundary layer? Do you know what boundary layer does? Boundary layer is a bit of drag. The problem is there's no boundary layer here, or is there? The Phantoms had them. They had a boundary layer, a splitter, a diverter. Okay, they had a diverter to stop the boundary layer. What is boundary layer? Well, air is fluid. Okay, so if I show you my experiment with the water, I'm gonna have to move a few things out of the way. If I can show you. So, air sticks to the aircraft on rounded surfaces, right? So let's give this a go without causing too much problems. Let's go over here. Right, so here's some water. Here's our aircraft. Now, if you pour water on here, it won't just splash across the edges. It will stick to it, and it will stick here and come down. This is our air. This is aerodynamics right here. Ready? Well, I hope I can make this work. So watch this. It sticks and goes right down the bottom. Even if I poured it higher, you'd probably think it will come out and splash. So what's going on here? Well, this is what we would call drag in aerodynamics. And drag is a bit of a problem. If you weren't to have this splitter or diverter under here, can you see under the intakes? That water or the air would stick. This is creating heat and drag. You're now getting low pressure and high pressure air going in and hitting the front of the fan, the turbo fan. What if you're going to have that hitting your compressor, two different pressures, you are then going to potentially damage your aircraft and damage the engine. All right, so what you do, you put a diverter, a splitter bridge. The Typhoon in reality has little grills under here as well. It's been drilled. Maybe, I mean, I don't know how that affects it, but clearly it has a purpose. I'll have to speak to someone about that in Eurofighter to find out what the drilled holes would do. But if you look at our F-35, what's going on here? There is no diverter. There is no splitter bridge, or is there? Next time you have a look at an F-35, have a look at the bulge that's just here. There's these little bulges. They actually act perfectly as a diverter, a splitter bridge. How good is that? Pretty cool, huh? The F-16 did a prototype like that. So here's our F-16. They actually had this bulge before the splitter bridge that they made for it. So it's pretty cool, isn't it? I did do a little diagram. Oh yeah, here it is. So if you've got no splitter bridge or a diverter, you're going to have low pressure drag hitting the top of your fan and high pressure hitting the bottom, and that's going to completely damage your aircraft. So it's amazing how much. But the radar absorbing paint or material used on the F-35 can actually absorb radio frequencies from 1 megahertz to 60 gigahertz. The S-400 won't be able to cope with that, along with my blue tack. So it's pretty cool. So now when you look at the F-35 in more detail, there's so much going on. Look at the auxiliary intake, look. Serrations. Look at the back with all that heat. Serrations on the back. Look where the fuselage kind of ends and has the nozzle. Serrated, those little edges. Look at all this. So basically when the radio frequencies hit here, it's just going to go all over the place. It's not going to give back a good reading. There you go. It's just a little bit about radar cross section, and this is why they're angled, so they're not 90 degrees, look. Pretty cool, isn't it? That's what I thought. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, our runway is closed. It is time to finish up. Bye. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you another diagram. They're also thinking about almost like plasma, like a force field, good old Star Wars, that will actually absorb all the radar frequencies, all the radio waves. How good is that? That'll be interesting. Hanosaurus Rex, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, Oi Legends, have a great day. Chris Westbrook, thank you, a small contribution for a tour here in the US, Guards March. 555 Triple Nick as well, Guards March to you. Needed to see some quick climbs after Ryanair rejected my request yesterday. Great to see my favourites again. Happy Quick Climb Friday. Thank you as well. And hope you're all good. Dougie Penman, thank you for your 21 months membership as well. Thank you so much. Right, Ted and I have finished. We are done. We are done. The airfield, see ya! The airfield is closed by the look of it. Pappy lights are switched off. It is time to go into the weekend. So listen everyone, have the best weekend. Make sure it was better than last weekend. Always upwards, stay in the green. You know how it is. So ladies and teddy bears, 48 Fighter Wing, thank you very much, RAF Lakenheath, from all of us. Myself and Ted, my name's Nikos, being a cameraman and commentator. We'd love to salute all of you. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. It's been an absolute pleasure this week. So for the last time for today, as we say goodbye to RAF Lakenheath, for the last time, for the week, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See you later, everyone. Down, 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 down. Right, let's hit the advert on, Ted. And if you want to become a member, hang on a second while I fire up the advert. Shall I show you a patch? Do you want to see a patch, or do you want to get it online? It's totally up to you, man. Yeah, do it all right, whatever. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stone,
Well, feedback here.